Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small actual criminal law firm in central Minnesota. How are we doing tonight, guys? I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. Now would be a good time to insert ads. I don't think so. In the first 5 seconds. Oh, shit, I missed it. I have an intro. It doesn't even work for me. You can now say all the bad profane words in the first 7 seconds of video on YouTube, which is a good change. It was dumb to have a restriction on that. Like, why would you do that? Oh, advertisers don't like it. Fuck them. Anyway. Say it. I'm going to say it. I'm going to say the word. Do you guys remember, what was that? There's a Twitter account. It was like 95 days until I post the N-word on Twitter or whatever. It like had a specific date, and it's like I'm going to say the N-word on Twitter. That was good. That was a good Twitter account. And then it didn't do it. It backed off at the last minute. Very weak. Very weak. No spine. Really terrible. No spine. No courage. Lots of promises. All failures. Sounds like a Biden or Kamala. Okay, guys. Hold on. I'm just setting up my last window here. So yeah, I did an interview earlier today with Rosalind Duke. I encourage you, if you're watching this now and didn't watch that, what are you doing with your life? Go watch it. Go watch it. It was a good interview. Rosalind's cool. And you guys should go check that out. Because, you know, if someone has me on, like, they're probably cool. Naked? No, I wasn't naked in it. Where'd that come from? Now that was confusing. I didn't threaten to do it. Did I threaten to do that stream naked? No. Someone told me to asked if I was going to do it as an e-girl. But anyway, what's up, Diamond? How are you doing? Oh, Rosalind's there in the chat. Rosalind, I don't think I threatened to do that naked, did I? I hope not. I hope so. No, actually, I go back in time. I wish I did. Okay. Oh, the N-word is naked. So now we're off on a completely different thing, and I'm confused about if I actually threatened to do that. Thanks for clarifying. Thanks for ruining everything first before you did, Mistress Meg. That is your real name. All right, guys. So I got a bunch of different stuff to talk about or whatever. There's like a whole lot of not a whole lot. I've grabbed several articles. And I figured we could talk about some of them. Low Watermark says Nick is an e-thought. That's true. That is 100% correct. But we're going to talk about a bigger e-thought in just a second. Okay. What is going on? Pull this up. That's what she said. So we have some articles to do today. They're on a variety of subjects. A couple of them, are pretty wild. They're stories about Diddy and Ghislaine, going for their pardons. And it's wild to see that Diddy, like beat the major charges. That's insane. I mean, from what I heard about the trial, it's not that crazy, but like there was so much hype about it. Diddy's like the worst person ever, and he's going to prison. I mean, he doesn't seem like he's good. Let's not make mistakes here. But he was found guilty on 2 of the 5 charges, and we're going to talk about like why those 2 charges might lead to a pardon. Okay, so that was a wild thing. And then I've got, what was it? Oh yeah, we've got Ghislaine Maxwell, of course, is still pushing for a pardon, and I think something's brewing behind the scenes, but we'll kind of review that. I talked about it a little bit with Barnes, but I'll flesh it out with just me and not the back and forth, and with some updates going on. Are you representing DSP soon? In what? What is DSP suing or getting sued over or suing someone? Is DSP the aggressor? Did he violate the non-aggression pact? Cookie says, Nick, dry your hair. My hair is dry, actually, but there's this weird, like this after shower stuff I put in it that makes it look like it's not gel or hairspray or anything like that, but it makes it look like it is. And it holds like in place, which is weird because it's not what I use it for. Did I do my hair like that on purpose? I went through every strand and put them, like in their place. No, I just kind of, I don't know. I just kind of dry it and put all that shit in it that needs to go in it. And then I just ruffle it around and that's how it ends up. So, but we were talking about e-girls and being naked and all this stuff. So this is a very appropriate story that we're going to get started with here. Oh, I do want to say, you think DSP is suing his detractors for getting his account somewhere suspended or banned? It's going to mention it at some point in one of his streams. Which account? Ghislaine is trying for the Imholty spider look. Yes, 100%. It works out really well for him. So I thought it can't possibly go bad for me. Cave Canum says minoxidil. No, I've not used that. Although I may at some point. Because I do think my hair is thinning out a little bit up top. So who knows? Like beyond just a receding hairline or whatever. Because, I definitely have that. But I think my hair is thinning out a little bit. But no, I haven't ever used that. No, it's a scalp treatment. Because sometimes like after a shower, my scalp gets really like red. Like vibrantly red. And it's probably because I just wash my hair with arsenic and cum. I'm just kidding. I don't do that. That you know of. After we do these articles, we're going to talk about some stuff. If you guys have any subjects you want to bring up, of course, feel free to do so. I've always tried to make it so that you, as a point, that you never have to pay to like engage with this channel or anything. Oh, it's always appreciated. Of course. And those always get the most attention because they're in, bright boxes and stuff. But that being said, if I see something in the chat that's interesting, of course, I will try and address it. But after we get through with some law speak and some regular show, we are going to cook with Kurt. We started cooking with Kurt the other day. We got to finish it. Yeah, I think it was, what was it? What was he making? I've got it right here. Hold on. I gotta remind myself. Where is it? Pull it up. Cooking with Kurt. Chicken with mushrooms. Yes, the chicken where he mashed the bacon into the... Oh my God. Where he mashed the bacon into the chopper. Oh, yes. So we are definitely going to do that. Diamond, thank you. See, Diamond likes my hair. Grok likes my hair too. Got a passing compliment from Grok. I was like, calm down, girl. Or boy. Did you guys see the tweet from Milo Yiannopoulos about Tobey Maguire? Because like it's like 25. The original tweet is some entertainment news site or whatever, and it's like Tobey Maguire 25 years ago plays the role of Spider-Man. And then Milo Yiannopoulos tweets out like 6 years later, he gave me a blowjob here. Like names a specific spot. Like, he wasn't any good at it though. It's like, oh my God, what a fucking roast. But I'm really proud of Tobey Maguire. You got to start somewhere, I guess. Not everybody can be good at it right away. Holy shit. Okay. I have to digress for a moment, like Karmic or whatever. You guys don't know who Karmic is. Someday I'll introduce you. But I have to take a detour. Modern American citizen journalism and commentary has changed everything so much. It's changed our perspective on how we acquire information, how we communicate about the world, how, like, what governments and large corporations are able to hide from the world, because everybody now can access everyone else. And it's so easy. I mean, you remember those videos of like all the jackasses just in a truck with sunglasses on, be like, you know what I think about America? I think guns are fucking cool. Like, those videos are great. And they were so popular for a while. And it was like every conservative like voice was some like Tennessee dude in a truck, or like a chick too. And they'd all be wearing the same thing. It's like a tank top that's ripped up a little bit and a little dirty, like they just mowed the lawn with their mouth. And then they're wearing sunglasses, and they would just talk about like freedom and stuff. And it's like, that is so American. It's perfect. I love this. But you think about it, and it's like, whoa, the major media outlets, these legacy institutions that have been forever in control of information, got usurped by anybody, and therefore by everybody, because all they did was go on and they said what they thought, and everybody went, yeah, that's kind of what I think too. That's fucking awesome. And suddenly now the cultural zeitgeist around news and information spreading includes voices like Milo Yiannopoulos, who will come out and, in reaction to a news article, he will talk about a blowjob that he's gotten. Who had this? Like, if you were like me and you're born in the 80s, whoever thought that you would be hearing about like blowjobs from Milo? Is of course a faded media source now, but for a while he had the grip of the nation during the whole like Berkeley stuff. And we now have this change in the vernacular of the United States. It's rougher around the edges. It's less polished. We all stopped pretending for a minute. It's reflected in YouTube's new policy about being able to have profanity in the first 7 seconds. And the way YouTube describes it is, YouTube says, look, we've modernized our advertising policy to be more in line with advertisers and their wishes. And what that ends up with is I can say, shit and fuck in the first 7 seconds of a video. It doesn't matter what it's about. And it's monetized now. It's crazy. We're going back. Like all the Mexicans under Trump. We're going back. And it's really encouraging to see. America's remembering that it is rough around the edges. America's remembering that we're the people who left because everybody else is so fucking stuck up. Like, but also some of the Americans, or some of the new Americans, were kind of stuck up too. We're the guys who fought war over attacks on tea. We're like, I know they're the biggest superpower on earth, and they, but this is fucking tea. You can't tax that shit. We buy that. Why should we have to pay taxes? We don't even get a representative. All they wanted was like a guy. All he wanted was one American, like Ben Franklin or whatever, to be over there and have like a parliamentary position to recognize the American territory. That's it. And like King George is like, no. So like, okay, fine. Fuck you then. We're throwing your shit in the sea. We're coming for your ass, but not really. We're just going to stay here and say that we're alone. And you don't get to have us anymore. You bitch. We're breaking up. And then they fight a war with a superpower and they win by being rough around the edges. We went through this period of time where America is like trying to front to the whole world. It's like, oh no, we're like good and cool or whatever. And that's the virtuous thing, is like presenting a certain side to everybody, showing this veneer of acceptability and propriety. They were so proper when they threw the tea into the ocean. They dressed up like Native Americans. They did it in hoo-hoo face. That's fucking hilarious to me. It's like, well, we're going to dress up like Indians and do it. Wait, why? Why would you do it that way? That's amazing. And so we're going back. We have even in the mainstream, you have people like John Oliver and Jimmy Fallon or whatever, and they're like diet on this stuff. They're like they get slightly edgy from time to time, and everybody gets excited when they watch it. But they're still frayed. There's still the injection of like profanity, and whether it's true or not, there's reality coming back into this thing. There's a realness to it, an identifiability, because when someone comes home from work and like sits down and they go, do people do this? They sit down and watch TV like anymore? I don't know. Cause like I just stream whatever I want to watch if I want to watch anything. But like I know people sit down and they like have had a long day. They want to relax. They don't go, oh, F, and then there's a beep after it, right? They just say, oh, fuck, what a long day. And we're finally like just remembering that that's who we are, that's who we are as people, because that's who people are. It's not like America's unique there. But I like it. I'm proud of it. But not everybody is good at roasting or anything else. Not everything. Wait, what's this?
Nick, powder that nose. It's too red. Where be our locals' gifts, chump? If we don't get them, I will delete your ceiling cat. Miss your streams, nose man.
Why do you miss my streams? They're happening all the time now. Don't you delete my ceiling cat. That's my cat. I shoved it in that ceiling and it stays there. God, everybody's a fucking critic. Well, guys, not tonight, but soon there's a very prolific and popular content creator that I'm emulating and looking to learn from, and they have a camera makeup tutorial. They have a camera makeup tutorial. So we're going to do that soon. We're going to have to watch the tutorial. I don't even know what to buy. I'm like, Lady Raggeds, what kind of makeup should I put on so I don't look like I'm like I'm all sweaty and shiny and stuff? And she's like, I don't know. What good are you? Like, do women even matter anymore? I could just be gay, you know. It's not true. But we do have that coming. We do have a makeup tutorial at some point that we're going to watch. I think it's going to be good. Oil blotting sheets. Well, what I really need to move my lighting a little bit farther away, and probably I probably need more diffusion on it. It's like got a diffusing screen, but it probably needs a little more. I know I'm shiny. It's not my fault. I'll rub my face in. I tried to rub my face in powder once and I got in a lot of trouble. I'm not taking your advice, Ronnie. Why don't you go? I was going to say something about buckshot, but I just couldn't. It's so fucking horrible. I missed this earlier. Someone sent in a chat on locals while I was on Rosalind's show. It was S. Nelson 134 says, to herd cats, you get a bigger piece of tuna. What herds lawyers? A larger pen in hell. I think, is the answer to that. Bro, he's got a heat allergy. Stop being ableist. Yes, Lefroy. My God, I need to pay you for all this defense. Okay. I had to get to that locals chat so I could close out the old locals chat and get in the new one. Pressed powder, Nick, but that is gay. Cookie, you can't give me advice on makeup. You can't do it. You can't. We wear different shades. We wear different shades. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Am I bringing Amber Heard on? Hell yeah. Too high says alcohol. No. Nope. Still 100% sober from April 15th to today. So I don't drink anymore. I don't want to go to prison. I don't know. It was really easy to quit. All right. As I was saying, not everybody's great at roasting or understands like what a good roast is. But here's an article. We can talk about it a little bit. Don Jr. It's from Daily Beast, so you know these guys suck. Don Jr.'s girlfriend roasts his viral chest photo with a joke about cup sizes. My man Don Jr. is going to get an American Eagle ad pretty soon with these tits. Look at this. Wham! Oh my goodness, and he is pointing at his friends. This is amazing. An Instagram story and a double denim thirst trap show Bettina Anderson leaning into the online meltdown over her boyfriend's gigantic pecs. Gigantic pecs. Daily Beast, aren't you roasting him? I don't get it.
The reason they dressed like Indians, not the forehead dot type, was to protest the taxes being levied to recover the cost of the French and Indian wars.
I know why they did, like, I know they were protesting the tax. They dressed up like natives so they could, like, try and pretend that they didn't do it. I got it. I was just saying it was based that they did ethnic face way back then. Like, we haven't even invented minstrel shows yet, bitches. That's wild. Hola, Rita. How are you doing? Okay. Look at my man titties over here. These are amazing. At least he's like, you know, he's not wearing a binder, right? Because those nipples are aggressive. Those are aggressive. And they don't point down. They do not point down. They point straight forward. On forward unto dawn, my friends. It took just one snap of Donald Trump Jr. striding behind his dad on the South Lawn for social media to go to town over the 47-year-old's weirdly large chest. This is kind of funny because, I mean, Don Jr. is probably just kind of jacked, right? Like you would think. He's probably just, he does have kind of a weak chin. What is this? What's happening here? I think if he didn't have the tuft, that would go straight up to the lip. Does Don Jr. have a lizard mouth? Like, what the fuck is going on with this? I've never looked at this man. Look at this. Oh, wait, you can't see my mouse. Here we go. Look at this line. Like, if you just imagine that this isn't puffed out at all. I mean, okay. Not an Alfred Hitchcock silhouette. But anyway, he's got like I would assume these are push-up titties, but maybe not. I don't know what those look like. I'm trying to figure this out. Like he's rich. I want him to be jacked and in shape like an Ayn Rand character. But is he just like one of those guys who's like fake in shape? Maybe that's what's going on. I don't know. But I do find it funny because the Daily Beast writers, like, it's a weirdly large chest, but like all men at the Daily Beast have chests like as small as mine. Very, very feminine. But I just want to point out they're going to town over it, right? Like, you're going to town on this guy. And in classic Trump tradition, within hours, the president's son had attempted to turn it into a money-making opportunity. Well, yes. Yes, of course. One post, just one, in which the image was shared without comment by journalist Aaron Rupar on X, led Don Jr.'s rack to become one of Wednesday's most unlikeliest viral moments. This is the quality of writing we get from the Daily Beast. This is one of Wednesday's most unlikeliest. Least likely. Most unlikely or least likely. Not most unlikeliest. That is not how you do that. That was really fucking terrible. Rob Price says, just remember he hangs out with former military snipers and shoots 1,500 yards with these, so I doubt those are fake. Not impressed. He's probably putting the shoulder guard on his little bitch titties. I can shoot 2,000 yards with my eyes closed. I always hit the target. But this is what caught me with this art. This is the reason we're in here. The roasting was ruthless. Are you ready? The roasting was ruthless. Listen to this. Where's his bra? One user giggled. Ruthless! Savaged! What's he going to do? How can he recover from this? Never. It's impossible. While another wondered, is this picture edited or does he legit have tits? God, can you see, like, oh my. Have you ever seen anyone so owned? So fucking destroyed? This is what people with no sense of humor, right? This is what they think is like savagery. Just absolutely. He's been just turned. A third observer offered the classic cold weather verdict must be chilly. Why? Why must it be chilly? I don't get the joke. Can someone help? Like, what's he talking about? The photo could have proved embarrassing and might well have been for Don's famously thin-skinned father. Why do you have an in dash here? I don't know. That's weird. But not apparently to Trump Jr. Yeah, he's not he's not embarrassed by having a thick chest? What, because he's nipping out? Like, who fucking cares? It's like, don't you want to feel him now? You want to feel him now. Like, you got to know, like, are those firm? Are they squishy? I want to feel him. I want to touch him. Don Jr., let me know. Let me know, girl. I'll meet you up somewhere. Here we go. Enter Bettina Anderson. In an Instagram story, the socialite turned comedian when she slapped a hot pink caption over a screenshot of the tweet. They say opposites attract, but apparently so do cup sizes, she wrote, along with 2 coconut emojis. When your boyfriend's chest is giving more cleavage than yours, should I be jealous or just ask for his workout routine? Well, I don't think it's going to work the same for you, sweetie. Like, I don't know about that. Finishing with a flourish, she added, I fell for his heart and accidentally bounced off his chest. Oh, God, that's good. Everything about this is so, there's savagery and autism capital. Oh, damn it. I didn't realize I was stealing this joke. Is Don Jr. trying to get an American Eagle ag too? Like, that's funny. That's good. Don Jr. to his that's funny too. Took it in spirit. It was intended, jokingly reaching out to American Eagle. Resharing the denim pic, he wrote, yo, American Eagle, call me. Autism Capital, thanks for the business plan. That's good. Like, that's funny. In the comments, he added, they ain't small, but definitely too solid to motorboat. That's way funnier than the roasts. The savage roasting. Oh my gosh. Motorboating for the uninitiated. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Daily Beast, for helping us out with this very important piece of trivia. Is a term for placing one's face between a pair of breasts and making the sound of a motorboat with one's lips whilst moving the head from side to side. You know, I'm giving them shit. But how do you describe motorboating to someone who doesn't know what it is? How do you do that? I've never considered it at all. I would just, you know, like, I don't use the term that often. Actually, the only time I can think of using it was when I was telling a story of someone else saying it. Because I was at a club and there was a go-go dancer, and I was talking to the go-go dancer. She was sitting on the bar, and she told me, it was like really like loud music, of course. And I'd been to the club a couple times, and so like I had seen her before or whatever. And I was talking to her. This is not a dirty conversation. That's what made it funny. I was just talking to this person, and she goes, hey, do you want to know about me? It's $20. Is what I thought she said. And I was like, yes, that's awesome. I love hearing stories. And I don't get to talk to people like you that often. Just tell me why you're dancing in a shitty nightclub. Like, how did your life get here? Is this what you wanted, or is this a catastrophe? I'm very interested now. And I always, like, you know, I always tip performers anyway. So it's like, here's $20. And she like sits down and faces me and grabs my head and shoves it into her chest. I'm like, what the fuck is this? What's going on? So I like pull back, and she's like, what? And I was like, I thought you were going to tell me your story, like your life story or whatever. And she goes, I said, do you want to motorboat me? And I was like, oh, I didn't hear that at all. Sorry. Not really. No, I don't. But it was good. But that's like the only time I can actually think of using the word motorboat, and is because someone else said it. I thought she said, do you want to know about me? Which is actually true. That I wanted, I'm such a dork. No, I want to talk to you, lady who's dancing. Anyway, back to this. But yeah, it never occurred to me that I would ever, like, I don't have to explain to people what motorboating is. I don't think. I've never tried. So I don't know how you would. I don't know how you would do that. Boosh, I want to know about them titties. I think Donald Trump Jr. issued a challenge. He's like, they're too firm to motorboat. Let's give it a shot, Donald. I know an uncivilian who would love to motorboat your titties. Trump Jr.'s cheeky reference took its inspiration from Sydney Sweeney's recent and controversial American Eagle Great Jeans campaign, which sparked its own culture war squabble. And Anderson clearly thinks her beau deserves a sequel. These articles are always written weird. Like, you never know how serious a person is. But we got to say that, like, this, let's talk about this for just a second. I wanted to talk about this with Barnes. I kind of did a little bit, but this goes back to the same thing about America remembering it's a little rough around the edges, and that's okay. American Eagle has this ad, Sydney Sweeney. She's gorgeous, of course, and she's in this denim. She's got her famous assets pushed together, and she's wearing these jeans, and it says Sydney Sweeney has great jeans. Now, apparently, this is racist. And it's racist, as someone explained, because I'm like, I don't know it's racist. Like, do black people make denim or something? Like, is that their thing? Because I only ever see white people wearing denim for the most part. So I don't get it. And someone explained to me, it's like, because it says genes, which would be a play on genes, as in genetics. But Sydney Sweeney clearly has great genetics. But a bunch of people took that as like a white thing versus just this is like America's current sweetheart. She's a beautiful actress. Okay. Yeah, she has great genes. Okay, cool. Like both the pants and the the one with mitochondria or whatever. Like, what are we talking about? Of course she does. But that was taken in this weird way. And American Eagle, like, to their credit, is like, well, I mean, they're just keeping the ad up, and I don't see them apologizing, and they never should. But I don't get it. What I think is happening, and this is just my opinion, I think the power structures that we've allowed to exist around social commentary and the controls around speech and policy and all that, I think they're fading. I think those powers are losing it. I think Trump is a huge catalyst and representative of that in both terms. And it's almost better that he had a gap term for Biden to come in and just kind of walk around like a moron, for everybody to remember, like, this is where we go when we don't keep things in check. We go to Biden. We go to this weird old man, and we go back to these tired ideas that everybody's fucking sick of, right? Like, you want to go to work and you want to have a conversation with your workmates and not have someone from 8 cubicles overhear it, like while they're on their 8th bathroom trip this hour or whatever. And they overhear you say something that they're offended by, even though they're not the intended recipient of the conversation. You don't want that. Like, people don't want to worry about having a chat with their friends. People don't want to worry about, like, about having some errant language in an email or getting some term wrong. Like, people make a genuine effort in a lot of places to try and just have the basic level of respect for one another. Yeah, like in workplaces, a lot of times. Obviously, this gets broken pretty frequently. But in general, when you think about it, like, the amount of people who are working all the time and the amount of incidents that you're not having with HR is a remarkably huge percentage of the majority. And the times that you do have these problems, even when they're ridiculous, is pretty minimized. People want to just go and not worry about it. They don't want to think about losing their job because they said the wrong word to the wrong customer, and they'll make efforts, but they're not going to go out of their way either. And sometimes they're going to get tired. That's reality. And we got to stop pretending about it. But I think all these institutions, HR style institutions, are losing their say. They're losing their power, and they're losing their ability to silence the people that they don't like. And they're fucking terrified. So of course everything's a race issue. Of course they're screaming in the death throes of their own weakness. But here's the thing, and I'm going to say it. I don't want every woman to look like Sydney Sweeney's face, but every woman should want to be as hot as Sydney Sweeney is. And instead of trying to redefine hot to what you look like, you should maybe just try and be hot. Now, there's a lot of different hots than Sydney Sweeney. Like, there's a lot of hot women that don't look just like her. But there's only so many, right? It's not infinite. There is a finite level of hotness that can exist, and or finite amount of hot looks. And I'm telling you, 300 pounds is not going to be it. It should never be it. It should never have been it, and it should never be it again, or whatever. If it ever was, I don't know. Like maybe in some weird Samoan cultures or something, they like kind of valued fatness. I don't know. Fatness needs to go forever. Look good, look hot in the way that your body shape can, of course. But there are hot people with your body shape. Aspire to that. Don't try to change the rules for everybody. And most importantly, don't demand that people find you attractive when you're not. Try and be more attractive. Work at it. And guys, you should all try and look like Sydney Sweeney too. Justify being gay. 4 hours later, she was at it again, posting a Photoshop shot of Don Jr. reclining in a full Canadian tuxedo with the words, "My guy, get at us, American Eagle." Oh, Canadian tuxedo. I didn't get the joke. I thought that was a real thing. It's this one. There you go. Anderson's flair for memes. Her flair for memes? Oh my God. Guys, look at this. It's a flair for memes right here. She really nailed it. Who wrote this article? Are they 70? Anderson's flair for memes at least gives her something to do. The 38-year-old Columbia-educated art history grad has been dubbed a housewife with no chores. That's actually, hold on. I didn't highlight enough. She accomplished her major better than any other Columbia-educated art history grad that I've ever heard of. Columbia-educated art history grad is, please let me marry a billionaire. Like that's what the fucking goal is. She's been dubbed a housewife, no chores. Yeah, I'm sure she's really bored. I'm sure this woman right here is catastrophically bored. I mean, what would she do? Her beau is the son of the president and is like this magnet on social media for hilarity. And I'm guessing she is too. Yeah, what's she gonna do all day? I mean, oh my God, she's probably just sitting around. Gosh, she's a housewife, no chores? That doesn't sound right for a woman. And one of Palm Beach's most eligible bachelorettes. Wait a minute. I get she's a bachelorette because she's not married to Don Jr. I don't even know what bachelors and bachelorettes mean anymore. Like, I guess, like, so that just means not married, even though she's allegedly attached, right? Okay. This is all very confusing to me. I'm a simple man. I'm not some big city lawyer with a resume that includes environmental philanthropy and cameos at society galas. What a cool life. You can hear the envy dripping out of every word, right? Oh, you hear the a resume that includes environmental philanthropy and cameos at society galas. So all she does is give away money and hang out at ritzy fancy stuff. Awesome. Were we all that fortunate? The model's earliest brush with MAGA high society came at last July's Republican National Convention, where cameras caught her seated just behind Trump Jr. and his then fiance, Kimberly Guilfoyle. That's it, Guilfoyle? Okay. She was married to Gavin Newsom. Trump Jr. comes in. Did he marry? Because we're talking about. Wait, no, yeah. So he dumped her. Like they're on their splits or Splitsville. I don't follow any of this stuff. Who fucking cares? Within months, the pair were reportedly getting cozy in Palm Beach. And by December, the Daily Mail had published photos of them strolling hand in hand. Since first going public, Trump insiders have alternately gushed over the side-eyed Anderson's ascent. Side-eyed Anderson's ascent as she scored a seat beside Don Jr. at President Trump's March address to Congress, an invite to Tiffany Trump's bunny-themed baby shower the following month. What the fuck is this? Oh, they gushed over. Oh, wait. Okay, no. I misread that. I got it now. They gushed over and side-eyed Anderson's ascent. Okay, so my bad. I thought they were calling her like Trump does with marketing. Side-eyed Anderson. No, they're saying that they were side-eyeing her. I'm retarded. I'm sorry. I can't even read. Illiterate. Embarrassing. Oh, it was written by a woman. See? Everybody was right in the chat. Trump Jr. has never really discussed the end of his 5-year relationship with Guilfoyle, whom he began dating in 2018 and proposed to in 2020, but told Page Six in December that they would never stop caring for each other. Oh, how sweet. That's lovely. Having moved on to Anderson, he's clearly having some fun. With the pair content to laugh off Nipplegate and maybe land a lucrative denim deal in the process. The Daily Beast has contacted American Eagle to gauge their interest in signing up the voluptuous Trump heir as its next unlikely influencer. While they had not replied at the time of publication, we will, of course, keep you abreast of their response. Oh my God! He's a dad joke, and he probably is never even, he might not even be allowed around children. He's a veteran UK-based reporter. Oh, that makes it worse. Ew. Investigative journalist, writer, and broadcaster who's covered news, media, entertainment, and sport, not sports, sport, just one, for a range of outlets, including the BBC, which I hear he likes, Mirror, Daily Mail, News of the World, Talk Sport, and Byline Times. So these are all his articles. Woman 20 dies with 26 iPhones taped to her body. Wait, what? What? I don't know what to do with it. Did the iPhones kill her? Oh no, I'm not going to do this. I don't want to sign up for anything. Well, I guess we'll never find out why she died. Man 76 arrested over suspected poisoning of kids at camp. Fucking hell. America's top banker holds secret talks with frenemy Trump. Okay, and then we got the tits post. Bear spray heroin. Oh, I thought it was a different heroin. I thought it was a new product on the market. Bear spray heroin. Like, it burns. But I feel good now. Bear spray heroin rescues husband from 2 grizzlies. Let's see. RFK Jr. So these are the articles that this guy writes. Kash Patel's girlfriend confronted with MAGA spy accusations. She's like, no, I'm not a honeypot. I love Kash. Look at him. Oh, no, you got to sign up for all this shit. I don't want to do any of this. Anyway, I thought the story was ridiculous. It's like, oh, the roast was devastating. It's like, no one even said you got some milk with that shake or anything. No one said anything like that at all. There was no savagery to be found, but the Daily Beast guy is so dry and British that he's like, no, this must be the most savage roasting Americans can even give. Nothing. MAGA spy accusations. Anyway, I just thought that was kind of funny. I saw it right before going live. We'll hit some super chats here in this.
When do I get invited to the Rikita cocaine parties? I'll bring the meth.
Sorry, Incel Esquire, you're not invited. No. Grifty says, so is Jim dead? I don't know. He might be. Rumor has it, like Ralph has been reporting feverishly about Mr. Medicare being dead. Even saying, he also reported that Flamenco was dead, but then later it was like Flamenco was at Jim's funeral. I don't know like how this works. You guys may not know who Mr. Medicare is. Some of you, if you don't, it's probably for the best to stay away from the sector if you're not already in it. But Jim is Mr. Medicare, and there's a rumor that he is deceased. I have no confirmation or non-confirmation of this. Someone said there's going to be a post about it at some point, but I don't know. This is outside. Jim's dead? I don't know. Kirsch said she talked to him the other day. Well, that's exactly what Kirsch would say, isn't it? I'm just kidding. I have no idea. Ralph is reporting on it. Who knows? No one, like, people suspect who Jim is. It's never, I don't know if it's ever really been like confirmed. I'm sure someone's like, yes, we definitely confirmed it, whatever. And I don't know. But I've never met Jim in person or anything like that. I only ever talked to him online on like shows or, DMs a while back. But I haven't talked to Jim in years, so who knows? Hey, what's up, Ice? How you doing? Toxic Brood says, sending this for the dopamine hit when you read it. Thank you. I was going through withdrawals. I needed more. Needed some dopamine. Give me dopamine. Sam Young number 5 says, I know you don't like to discuss on your stream, but what are your thoughts on Gino trashing your wife and being paid by Aaron to do so? Let's see. My thoughts are that was ill-advised. That was an ill-advised course of action. But it doesn't matter what I think, because I am not involved in the case. I helped report the crime, and I helped report violations of release conditions because my wife is a victim of those things. So I helped her get things to a place that would be helpful to law enforcement to prosecute a crime. But after that, like, it's not up to me. I can't do anything. I can't force anything. I don't like get to talk to anybody about it. It's really frustrating because, like, I know what I would do if I was a prosecutor in this situation, but I'm biased. It's why they don't let you do that. Private prosecutions are not allowed. There's like one state that lets you do it, but it would not be if I were doing it, it would not be a just use of the system because I'm personally affected, right? Which is why they don't let that happen. They don't let that happen. So, what do I think about it? Like I said, ill-advised, very ill-advised. I don't think the judge would be happy with that. But it's not up to me. I can't make any decisions on it. And, it's both my wife and the courts have just suggested that he stop. Like, please stop. That's it. Just leave her alone. That's all he has to do. And he just can't for some reason. But yeah, so I wouldn't have done that, or I would have, made it very clear that I would have made it very clear that Gino was not to do that if I were Aaron and I were hiring him. But that being said, it's out of my hands. Charitard says that's what happens when you're on too much gear. That's going back to Donald Trump Jr. and Tittygate. Chartard says blonde hair and blue eyes are great genes. I used to have them. I used to have blonde hair. I'm so mad. I used to have blonde hair and blue eyes. Apparently, super great genes. But then my hair turned brown as I got older. Most basketball Americans would agree. Why else do they all look up to a blonde hair, blue-eyed alien named Goku? He's only blonde when he's more powerful. That's also technically a monkey. It's true. His tail was chopped off, though. The Iceman, 101418 says, Nick, it's not many people crying about the Sydney Sweeney thing. No, it's many. It's everybody, actually. It's white women on TikTok and Twitter who are usually fat and or lesbian. Lol. I think lesbian is the new lesbian, but it's really focused on the V. So they're like super lesbians. Miss Jessica MB says, yes, blonde hair and blue eyes. I see your profile picture. You're cheating. You're just biased on your own behalf. The asterisk says bear spray heroin equals opium bear den. That'd be wild. What if you had to go buy opium from bears? I think that would solve the fentanyl problem, right? If like they just gave all the fentanyl and they had it guarded by grizzly bears and you had to convince them to sell you fentanyl, nobody would be dying of fentanyl. Rob Price says, holy crap, it's been 4 years. Yes, 48 months. Super lawyer supporter. I feel like it was only 2 years ago that you did Rittenhouse and shit went wild from there. I think it was three years ago for Rittenhouse. Or no, it was Rittenhouse 2021. Yeah, Rittenhouse was 2021. Depp was 2022. People might be dying of being mauled by bears, but at least we solved the fentanyl problem. Maybe not. Gifted 5 memberships to the channel. Thank you so much. Maybe not. That is super appreciated. I really am thankful for that. We have a big members only stream coming up that I got to talk about because we have to go through 4 hours of video, which is too much to do like as a segment on a show, but it's also very specific content for a very specific purpose. And I want the people who want to see that to be the ones to see it. We're going to do it's going to be glorious time that we do that sometime pretty soon. Island, 3 months, member at the lawyer level, says, look at me reaching milestones in my pajamas. Someone tell my dad I've accomplished something. I'll call him. Just give me his number. Here we go. What's this?
Dell, laptops are the worst. Tried replacing the keyboard on me mom's laptop, and I had to take every piece out except the keyboard to find it was riveted. Suddenly, it started working again. Yay.
Thank you for the random computer maintenance super tip. That was awesome. Dude, if anything breaks on a laptop, just throw it right in the fucking garbage. Just get a new one. God.
Is it racist if I'm invited to a fecal flinging festival to go as an Indian of the forehead? Verity.
Let me answer your question with a question. You're going though? You're going though? Look, is it racist if I'm invited to go? Are you going? I don't know, man. I don't know if I'd go. I think I would stay away from that. Sean Young, number 5, welcome to Paralegal Status. Thank you for joining up. Really appreciated. All right, let's get to the next news story. If you guys are not aware, if you don't know how, pinned at the top of the Rumble chat and the YouTube chat is a link to Super Tips. Super Tips are the voiceovers that pop up accompanying what is basically a super chat. Super Tips is a great system. It really benefits creators because collect the money faster, and also they only take 10%, whereas YouTube takes 30%. So if you're looking to send in and contribute to the show, there's a bunch of voices on there. We should have some new ones coming soon. And yeah, it's just a fun way to participate. Ronnie O'Neill is a very popular voice because it came out so perfect, but there's a bunch of good ones on there. So check it out. Check it out sometime if you want. Let's see what we got here. What are we doing next? Oh, and did I put this in the title? OnlyIncest. We're going to get to that story in a minute. Should we do Diddy or Ghislaine first? Oh, there's a real quick, I'll just read a headline. Alec Baldwin had sued prosecutors for abuse of process in the Rust case. He brought the suit back in like January. Excuse me. But he hasn't done anything in the suit. So it's been dismissed now. You can't just like leave a lawsuit for 8 months and not file anything. So that was just a brief update. Let's talk Diddy. Let's talk Diddy. P. Didzo. The redneck hipster, welcome to paralegal status as well. How are you guys? How are you doing, redneck hipster? Thank you. Thank you for joining. Welcome, welcome. Hope you enjoy everything that gets you. I mean, it'll get you into places. You can go up to the White House and be like, I'm a paralegal on the Ricada Law Channel, and you can get right into jail. It's perfect. All right, this is from TMZ, so it's reliable as all, of course. Donald Trump thinking of pardoning Diddy after bail decision. All right. Donald Trump is thinking of pardoning Diddy after the bail decision. Donald Trump's White House has been in communication with Diddy's legal team about a potential pardon for the music mogul, and we've learned the decision may be determined by the judge's ruling on bail. Sources with direct knowledge tell TMZ Donald Trump is more than open. We're more than open here. We're not closed. We're definitely not closed. We're more than open. To pardoning Diddy. I can't take it. I don't understand how people do some of this stuff. But he wants to wait and see what Judge Arun Subramanian? Aaron. I don't know how to pronounce any of this guy's name. Is this a guy? I don't even know if that's a guy. Is that a chick? Holy fuck. Does with Diddy's latest bail petition. We're told if Diddy is granted bail, Trump will not make a decision on a pardon until Diddy is sentenced. If the judge denies bail, a decision will be made immediately. Well, look, we just don't want Diddy in jail. We don't even know. We don't even know what the freak-offs would look like. Nobody has any baby oil. Very raw. Very raw. People who get injured. Grifty says 1 hour prep public, 3 hour stream members. Do you even grift? How do you know it? Why do you think I'm not going to do that? Why do you think I'm not going to do that? Oh my. Just Dawn, Soulless Ginger. Welcome to paralegal status. Thank you for joining up. I really appreciate it. Hey, check this out.
I know you probably can't comment on this. After listening to that disgusting pig, I hope you and Lady Rackets bury that brother butter slurping bitch for the legal fund.
John's did.
Thank you, Allie. Thank you very much. It's well, I see what you're saying. Like that we would do something. I'll put it this way. We are strongly and thoroughly considering all legal options. And there's a really, really good legal option for pursuing damages for the victimization of someone. So we'll see. You just have to wait. The show never ends.
Your Honor, all Nick was doing was exercising his First Amendment rights to experience thoughts while on cocaine. We have no clue what kids are doing half the time, these damn kids. No fault there.
Okay. This is a good defense. It's a good defense. Who knows what kids are doing at any point in time? Even when you're looking at them, you're going like, what are you doing? What's even happening right now? What? No. I accidentally banned Valhalla. I didn't mean to. He's fixed. I gotta put him back as a moderator. I misclicked. It wasn't my choice. Sorry, Valhalla. But because of that, another year of no Legos for you. Wait, fuck you.
I mean, if I can pull off the look like the Prime Minister of Canada, I might go.
Oh yeah, in Indian face. I agree. Banning Valhalla made me really happy, actually. What do we got? This is from Joseph Hamas. He says, who needs enemies when you have gay Gino as a pal? Yeah, I mean, again, I really don't like talking about this too much because it involves some personal stuff or whatever. But that said, what on earth are you thinking? What on earth are you thinking? If you don't know about this at all, I'll briefly just summarize it. Someone committed crime against my wife, and as their legal case is pending, they are restrained from mentioning her, referencing her in any way, and similarly restrained from any show that's under their control doing the same thing. This is in part because of the violation of release conditions originally, where it was pretty clear that they weren't supposed to do that, but then they hired this guy Gino Bisconti to specifically make references to her during a vacation from their own show. Gino filled in, and this person suggested that they should do that. That was very dumb to do. Very, very stupid to do when you have release conditions that say don't do this. But he did it. And then the court got really pissed off at him. And then what the court did was said, to be clear, you can't do this stuff. So then he hosts a live show just last weekend. And at the live show, he hired, again, Gino Bisconti to come out to the live show, flew him to Minnesota to make more statements about her. They're pretty disgusting. But that, that is to be expected. I don't know. It's not a smart thing to do, though. Very not a smart thing to do. Josie says, explain real slow, Nick, so Gino and Keanu can understand. I'll write it in cocaine on a bouncer's dick so both of them can suck it later. All right, here we go. On to this story. Or back to this story. So, okay, this is Trump is now considering pardoning Diddy, which is kind of crazy because Diddy was charged with all this stuff, but he beats the main charges. The only thing Diddy doesn't beat is because he definitely beats Cassidy, but Cassidy, which one? I don't know. I don't actually know what her name is. I didn't follow this too closely, But he beats the 3 major charges. He only gets 2 convictions for violations of the Mann Act. The Mann Act is about transporting prostitutes across state lines and straight lines, as it were, if you will. So it's wild because the prostitutes that Diddy was hiring to bring across state lines, if you don't follow this story, you're like, oh, okay, so he's bringing like female hookers around, like to different places he goes or whatever. Maybe he's bringing them in for part. Nope, it's guys. He's actually hiring guys to bang his girlfriend in front of him, which is like, okay, like I guess that's what he's doing. But those are the only charges that end up sticking. The hands were sticking. The only charges that end up sticking are these charges about bringing prostitutes across state lines, which is illegal to do. But here's the thing. The Mann Act is rarely used by federal prosecutors as a singular charge. Most legal experts agree. This is probably just a false statement in general, but on this one, it might be true. If Diddy's case only involved the Mann Act, no charges would have been filed against him. And so now we go, okay, wait a minute. So all you really had him on is this. And you don't actually, the Mann Act violations are always an add-on. Like maybe you murder someone, like maybe the hooker gets killed or whatever, something like that. Or it's a tack on, it's an additional thing. It's an enhancer, and it adds to the jail sentence of some really bad people sometimes. But if someone wants to just fly with their manho to another state and have like a little vacation or whatever, go for it, I guess. But yeah, so they're basically saying if it was just that though, like if it was just Diddy and his guy flying around, then they probably wouldn't have charged him at all. And so it's almost like they don't want to say it, but there may be an internal policy about not charging out Mann Act violations because, I mean, who knows who they're bringing the hose to, I guess. But if they have this like unwritten policy, they're not going to charge it, then why should he be punished when other people wouldn't, right? The fair application of justice would say that he shouldn't be, but he did violate the law. They did prosecute him for it. He is convicted. So what are you going to do? Like a prosecutor could pull it back, like, and say, no, we don't want to convict him now, but they're only supposed to do that ethically if they find new evidence that exonerates the defendant. And they haven't done that. Like he seems to be guilty. So they gotta, the way around this is a pardon. It's got to be a Trump pardon because it's a federal crime. So our sources say Diddy's case has resonated with Trump because the president believes Diddy, like him, was unfairly targeted by the feds. P. Diddy and I are basically the same. We're both billionaires. It's pretty cool. It's nice. We both like to grab women. Well, he pays a gay man to grab a woman by the vagina. But I tend to grab the snatch, hands down, then hands up. And then the feds come after us every time. They note Trump's Department of Justice recently fired Maureen Comey, lead prosecutor in the Diddy case and daughter of former FBI head / Trump nemesis James Comey. What's more, our sources believe the timing for a pardon would be perfect because it would be a major diversion from the Epstein scandal. I don't know that pardoning Diddy is popular. Right? Like, what do you guys think? Should Trump pardon Diddy or no? Here, I'm going to put a poll. I'll put my poll in the YouTube chat. It loves it. You don't even ask. Just put it right in there. Should Trump pardon Diddy? Yes, no, that's it. That's it. I don't think that this is like a positive distraction from the Epstein scandal. Plus, I really don't think it's a distraction at all because my instinct right now is the next story should be about Ghislaine Maxwell and her pardon because these are both presidential pardons of people involved in sex scandals. So I don't know that who wants to deflect from the Epstein scandal? I don't know actually at all that that's true. Really bad optics and narrative. But see, so here's the thing. John Ghislaine says, yeah, really bad optics and narrative. I agree. I think it is bad optics. However, one thing that's important to realize is oftentimes, the recognition and enactment of justice is bad optics and a poor narrative. Because justice, as it were, requires the equal application of the law and sometimes requires you to give up a conviction even when you know the defendant is guilty. Justice would say if constitutional rights are violated, the murderer walks free. That's justice. But that sucks because you don't want the murderer to walk free. You want the murderer to be punished. Our immediate thought is like justice is the punishment for the criminal act, the offense against the other person. But justice that comes from government must always be tempered by rule, order, and law. That rule, order, and law commands the administration of justice to respect the rights of the accused up until the point of no return, beyond any reasonable doubt. And if we lose sight of that, just because we're disgusted by the acts of the guilty, then we lose sight of what justice means. Because if you don't protect it for the worst of us, then it won't apply to the best of us. Because who you think is the best today is the worst tomorrow, and vice versa. Anyway. So kind of wild. DJT and Diddy ran in the same elite New York City social circles for years after Diddy hit it big with Bad Boy Records. President Trump even called him a good friend on a 2012 episode of his TV show, The Apprentice. Do people not understand the language of Trump yet? Ice Answer says, yeah, why can't he just appeal? Because he's guilty. He's guilty, and there's no... the problem for P. Diddy is there's no legal remedy for him. This is why pardoning is here. Again, going back in time, if you go back in time and the prosecutors can only prosecute the Mann Act violations, which it turns out now we know that's the only thing they could win on was the Mann Act because they lost on the other three, right? So we know that they couldn't prosecute those three other cases or the three other charges, but they could prosecute the Mann Act charges. And he's found guilty of those. Well, he's guilty of those. Like, you can't appeal it and say, well, he's not guilty of the other three. So legally, the outcome is correct. But sometimes the legal outcome isn't the most just outcome because let's say someone else has the same behavior tomorrow. This is impossible. But you have the exact same scenario tomorrow. Well, they know they can't win on the three other charges. So the two charges they're left with tomorrow are the Mann Act violations. They know they can win on those, but they won't charge that out because even when they know they're guilty and can prove it, they don't really charge on Mann Act violations alone. They charge on that's a tack on thing. So if tomorrow the same situated person doing the same thing doesn't get charged the same as Diddy and therefore avoids being charged altogether under the same circumstances and the same facts, then should he be punished and the other guy go free? I mean, that's the question. And so the notion of justice here is more focused on the equal application of law. But people are free to like disagree. Like I'm not saying that that's the right outcome. I'm just explaining kind of the logic behind it. I hope that makes sense. I don't care if Diddy goes to jail or not. Like when I found out that Diddy was hiring a gay male prostitute who had to choke down like bottles of Viagra to like bang Diddy's girlfriend. Like that's the weirdest thing. Like, okay. I figure you could probably just find someone who would do it. Probably like she's pretty.
Did you hear the rumor that Diddy fucked the dad from Family Matters? Also, Gino has a micropene and Kiki has a cavernous beehole.
Okay, so I'm trying not to talk about this. You guys keep bringing it up. It's funny to me. Keanu has had I think it's disabled or deleted now, but she at one point had an OnlyFans. I used to judge this differently, but now I'm like, why don't I have an OnlyFans? And it's because, well, I'm not going to do that. I have kids. Like that's crazy. Plus, no one wants to see me naked at all, even me. But she did in the past, and like there's allegations about these a famous butthole picture. And the funniest thing, like, that someone brought this up on a show. It's called the Backyard Boys podcast. They brought this up while Gino was ranting, and he says nobody saw her pictures, nobody at all. I was like, God, that's embarrassing. That's worse. That's like more embarrassing than anything else. She wasn't even able to capitalize on herself. Like, when you sell your body and end up at Goodwill, like that's not good to me, man. Like, I don't know. I don't judge any of this shit anymore. Like, I don't have grounds. I don't have standing to judge anybody on anything. So now I just sit here and like marvel at what people do and say, and like, oh, that's funny. D Watt says, I hate you, Nick, for seeing that pic. I've never seen it. Did you go look it up? What's wrong with you? Wolfgang Deo says, Nick looking down at us as if we are ants banning.
I want to see you naked. You and that kielbasa dipped in my tzatziki sauce.
Jesus Christ. Ghost Crusaders TV. No, naughty, bad. And yes, Wolfgang Deo, you are banned.
Brainstorm with me here, Nick. Let's say you, hypothetically, you want to distract from people who suspect you to be a deviant.
Why would I do that?
Big brain move. Pardon someone who is prominently also suspected.
P. Diddy is not suspected of being a deviant. P. Diddy is a deviant out of his mind. P. Diddy is maybe the chief deviant. No, but I get what you're saying, right? Like, he's like, what would Trump even? All these hoes are out here cramping my style. We got to pardon Diddy. If we pardon Diddy, everybody will be talking about Diddy and what he diddled. They won't be talking about my diddling. Little diddle for Stormy Daniels. I don't know. Like, I get the concept. I just remember it's TMZ stating this. No one's like, I got sidetracked. God damn it.
When I make a peanut butter sandwich, I smash the jelly onto the top loaf of bread and onto the bottom loaf. Then the peanut butter is smeared into the jelly with a dildo. Dash of cocaine.
Whoa, that went hard at the end. What the hell? Ghost Crusaders TV says, I want my $5 back. What? No, you can't have it. Bullshit. I bought it and I paid $5. What did you buy? I don't even know now. That's the most offensive way to make a sandwich. And that's before the dildo and the cocaine come in. That was just weird. Holy shit. Okay. Back to what I was saying before I got distracted by you guys. have people not figured out Donald Trump? They're like, oh, he said he was a good friend back in 2009. It's like, yeah, it's the language of an empty platitude for someone who just, if you don't have much to say about someone who you've been around or whatever, you might say, oh yeah, they're a friend. I hung out with them. Yeah. Oh, we used to hang out at the same places. Yeah, he's a friend. He's a good friend. Good guy. Like that most of the time means that they don't know anything about them negative. So they just say like, oh yeah, they're whatever. And they always sounds like, oh, he called him a good friend. It's like P. Diddy was probably not like hanging out in Donald Trump's apartment. Like if they're cutting diss tracks, whatever, like what is going on? What do they imagine is happening? What? Although just for a second, what is this lip doing on P. Diddy here? What is happening? Here we are. P. Diddy. It's a vast ocean. It's an ocean of baby oil. Billdozer74 says Nick is gay. That is all. Yeah, this has been so thoroughly established. There's no point in denying it anymore. So, is his lip like that because Trump has one finger in the backside? Like, where's his other hand? Right? Like, I'm suspicious now. Where's Trump surfing? I'm not sure what this pose is at all. This is. Wait. I thought this was going to be Trump's celebrity circle. Look at all these people hanging out with Diddy. Kevin Spacey's like, usually I'm touching them. Holy shit. What a weird fucking picture this is. Look at how uncomfortable. Like, what is happening here? I don't get the poses of any of the. Well, this chick looks like she's giving P. Diddy a hand job right now. Where's Corey Feldman in this picture? I think is he supposed to be down here? That is the most awkward picture. Kevin Spacey cannot wear a t-shirt to save his fucking life. This is very unfortunate. Like this slumpy, sluffy look. Like, God.
I told people only one person paid for my butthole pics, and they spent $1,000, and Ghost Crusaders is claiming I am a liar, and he purchased it for $5. Well, fuck. You caught me. Now he wants his $5 back. Fucking loser.
No real man would pay to see that nasty butthole, and I love how we are all saying her butthole is gross, when it's really her vagina, as she doesn't have any butthole pics out there. But I digress.
Did you just do that whole super tip in the third person? Did you really buy her? Like, you bought her butthole picture for $5? Is that real? Never gonna dance again. Billdozer74 says, really glad to see you getting back to it, Nick. Praying for your continued success and recovery from the gay. Thanks, Billdozer. Lex Diddy, I never want to see again. Wild. I don't know how do you determine the price of your butthole picture? I really don't know. I know people are like, they think I'm a filthy degenerate, which is true, like to some extent, but I am genuinely curious about like the business side of the self-represented porn industry, right? Because for years and years and years, the porn industry is run by a couple. Well, at first it was like most things, it's democratized completely, and anybody's doing. There's tons of studios, and then it kind of aggregates into a group of power brokers, and then for a while it was all just owned by the company that owned Pornhub. Not really all of it, but a lot of it. but there were really only a couple companies. Well, now, like with OnlyFans and Fansly, and I mean, even to a slightly lesser extent, stuff like Instagram, because I guess you could do like I think they have like a secure private Instagram on the business side where you can share stuff like that. I don't actually know, but I seem to recall like hearing their announcement about that. Anyway, there are these places where you can do this stuff, and now anybody can create pornography from like the most basic, like taking a naked selfie or whatever, all the way up to like a full production thing, and you can charge people what you want. And so to me, the fascinating aspect of this is for a long time, it being run by several major centralized companies means and also the extreme amount of regulation on pornography. Like there's places that you can't even film this stuff. It becomes illegal automatically, which is weird when it comes to the First Amendment, but that's okay. That's not important right now. When you have just a couple power brokers running the majority of any market, right? Like they without colluding together, they set price. And so for a long time, pornography had a pretty fixed price, right? Like it didn't matter if it was Jenna Jameson or someone else, you're going to be paying the same amount of money within $5 to $10 for whatever videotape or eventually DVD and then eventually Blu-ray that you're buying. Right? It's going to be a pretty standardized price for what you're getting. And then like online streaming comes out and disrupts that, but it still ends up being owned by the production studios. And so pricing starts to get back to this equilibrium and sort of like a fixed rate where you go, okay, all of these guys are choosing to charge roughly the same amount. So it's like, okay, you're streaming content or whatever levels of subscription you're getting, you're getting this same amount, and it's going to be standardized X amount of dollars per month. And everybody's just going to kind of like build the market into copying in that price, because what the market value is. Someone else figured it out, is kind of the thinking. And if you don't compete and try and undercut the other people, then no one has to. And if you do compete, you're going to get bought up by the bigger companies anyway. And the owner wants to sell when they can because it's worth so much money. Anyway. So now that it's democratized though, and anybody can do it, it's kind of fascinating because how do you value yourself? How do you value what you're doing? And how do you determine these prices? I mean, some of these, who's that like Black China chick or whatever for a while was making $20 million a month. Like that's unreal how much money that is. And I'm assuming she did like 20 to 50 bucks at a time. So to me, like, I'm just curious how they do that. Like it never occurred to me how much I would charge for like a nude picture. I usually pay other people to take it. Like here's this plus $5. Will you take it and look at it, please? That's how I do it. I'm doing it wrong the whole time. Butthole Appraisers Inc. I'm seeing some flaws and defects. Trump owns this company. Nick has tried to sell his tapes. It sounds like someone must have returned them. They thought they were rentals. I don't know. I called myself my sex tape rental business Cockbusters. No one ever, they didn't get it. All right, here we go. Back to these pictures real quick. I'm just still marveling at this Kevin Spacey picture. It's wild. Trump. Look at how baggy Trump's pants are. Look at how baggy Diddy's pants are. This suit. This is like the modern remake of Big, where Diddy's actually playing the role of Fred Savage or whatever. After he gets shrunk down. Holy shit. And he like was in a suit. What is this suit? It's fucking awful. I loved these shades that they had back in the 80s with the slits on them. The guy, like the Asians in Big Trouble in Little China had cool sunglasses like this. There's Ashton Kutcher. He's in really deep blackface, apparently. Kanye West and Prince Harry. Prince Harry is just trying to get one more button down, one more button down, one more button down. Okay, I'm not going to keep looking at this. Pictures of these fucking toasted celebrities are wild. Anyway, we got a couple more of these.
It was a long time ago, Nick, a long time ago, and he only subbed to her OnlyFans. All the pics were free. That was the quickest unsub of my life.
Well, there you go. You learned your lesson. I don't know. I was going to say don't sub to OnlyFans, but I guess do whatever you want.
Chat can't use a box of crayons without eating them. Also, everyone is welcome to buy my $5 butthole pictures, available at your local FBI field office. Just tell them you are a map.
Wait. Does that mean you're underage? That's awkward.
Butthole picture pricing is based on the elasticity of said butthole.
True. I think that probably is at least mostly correct. Fucking hell. All right. So I guess on to the next butthole story, which is right here. Ghislaine Maxwell throws down the gauntlet on testimony. Lex Luthor, this is not what I expected tonight's conversation to be about. Me either. This is not my plan. Chat, you're mutinous. You're mutinous monsters. I love you. I love you. You're the captain now. Chris Clement says, sorry, I'm jumping in an hour and a half in, but have you talked about Megan Fox and Tug's lawsuit? Would love to get your take. By the way, looking good, Nick. Hey, thanks, Chris. Really appreciate that. You can buy my butthole pictures if you want. Have I talked about, I haven't talked about their lawsuit. I've seen it. I haven't read all of it yet. No, I haven't. I think I've only seen like the front page. Did Megan tweet it? I think Megan or Tug or both tweeted like a picture of the front page, or maybe they tweeted the whole thing. I don't know, but I haven't read the whole thing. That's what I do know. I'm sure of that. But we'll probably talk about it soon. Crow Minion, this is what I get for joining a chat that would have me as a member. That's correct. Oh my gosh. Miss 999 says, I can only sweep so much. I am but one lone Janny. You're not even a mod, so you're still hetero at least. All right, so Ghislaine Maxwell throws down the gauntlet on testimony. So this was just this is pretty new, I guess. Holy shit. Can we get some? Nope. God, they cannot make a web page. I want the text to be larger. In a bold twist in the ongoing saga surrounding Jeffrey Epstein's notorious accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell has thrown her hat. This is a weird way to write this sentence, right? I guess it's technically correct, but it's like in a bold twist in the ongoing saga surrounding Jeffrey Epstein's notorious accomplice. But they're talking about Ghislaine Maxwell. So then is it an apposition? Whatever it is. The two commas separating, like, which you would say like notorious accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell, and then another comma, and then you would go on with the sentence. They didn't do that here. They're saying notorious accomplice, referencing Ghislaine Maxwell, but then with a comma saying Ghislaine Maxwell has thrown her hat into the ring to testify before Congress under some very specific conditions. This is just bad usage. It's bad syntax, bad usage. It busts up the flow of the sentence. It's kind of confusing. Shouldn't have been written that way. I give them an F. F for FU.
At the time, I was hoping Chrissy had a secret OnlyFans, or if maybe she collabed. Then I looked, saw Kiki, threw up, and unsubbed. This was 2018. Okay, it was a very long time ago.
Oh, in 2018, Chrissy was fire, so please don't give me shit. Now, now I only sub to 2 ladies now. Shia and Karen Feehan, because I'm never going to meet them. Worth the money.
Have you no shame?
I have no shame. Ripper what?
I don't know who Karen Feehan is, but Zia is my friend, so thanks for supporting her. That's awesome. My butthole pictures are available for $69.69 in a lifetime package over at hackingcovfeef.com. Wolfgang Dio is my pimp and gets all the proceeds. This is an abusive relationship I have with Wolfgang, you can tell. Like, I don't get any of the proceeds from my own booty. Very, very offensive. Josie says, I love Karen. She's funny. I've never even heard of her. Does she hang out with anyone I know, like online or whatever? Where would I have no idea. I get why OnlyFans is successful. I get why people like it and all that stuff, but I've never like felt the urge to sign up for anything on OnlyFans. It's just it's not my thing. But like I also don't, it's First Amendment, so like go for it, I guess. Okay, news.com can reveal that Maxwell's legal team has sent a list of demands to the House Oversight Committee, and they include one big ticket item, immunity. Congress has already said they're not going to do this. Congress has already said we're not going to do immunity for Ghislaine Maxwell. But as time goes on and public pressure mounts on these elected officials, what are they going to do? House Oversight Chair James Comer, wouldn't it be great if he was James Coomer, has subpoenaed the imprisoned socialite to appear on August 11th. But Maxwell's attorneys are playing hardball. In a letter sent to Comer on Tuesday, July 29th, they indicated that while she initially invoked her Fifth Amendment rights, she's now open to cooperation. They always open up. You just play hardball with them. You ignore them for a while, and after a while, they keep coming, and they always open up in the end. She's now open to cooperation if a fair and safe path forward can be established. Her legal team is adamant about the risks involved, arguing that any testimony she provides now could compromise her constitutional rights, prejudice her legal claims, and potentially taint a future jury pool. They have strong words for lawmakers, noting that the public comments from members of Congress that appeared to have prejudged Miss Maxwell's credibility could further complicate her situation. Congress won't play. A spokeswoman for the Oversight Committee quickly shot down the idea of granting Maxwell immunity, stating the Oversight Committee will respond to Miss Maxwell's attorney soon, but it will not consider granting congressional immunity for her testimony. Maxwell's list of conditions lays it all out in black and white. She's asking for a grant of formal immunity. The former socialite is also requesting that the interview not take place at the Tallahassee, Florida correctional facility where she's currently serving her sentence. To ensure an accurate and fair deposition, Maxwell wants the committee to provide questions in advance, as surprise questioning would be both inappropriate and unproductive. No, it would not. Depositions are not at the control of the deposed. This is kind of fucking crazy. This is bold, but they know that that's not going to work. So that's a giveaway item in the negotiation here. They want the formal immunity. Now, interestingly, Congress doesn't have a pardon power, right? So Ghislaine has been convicted and sentenced, and she's appealed, and she's appealing all the way to the Supreme Court, I believe, on this. And she's trying to win on appeal. But until her appeal is exhausted, any statements that she make could technically compromise the appeal. And so the crazy thing is we don't even know if that's true, but in theory, it's possible that she could make a statement that could compromise her appeal. It really shouldn't, because her appeal isn't an evidentiary hearing. But it could maybe, if she is successful on appeal and wins at a mistrial, then public statements that she make could potentially come back to bite her. So she wants immunity for any of the statements she makes to Congress, right? So that makes some sense. But she's got a list of demands. They're really after the immunity. But Congress can't go back and pardon her. They can't take away her. Only a president can do that. So, the best they can do is immunity to not compromise what's going to happen going forwards. But the reality is she might just lose her appeal, right? And then she's done, basically. And so she's got this limited window of time to do this. Congress can play the waiting game and wait for her to lose her appeal and then subpoena her again. But the risk is, of course, that she goes, I just don't remember. I just don't remember. But I think Trump's gonna end up, like I said, I think they're gonna talk about getting her out of jail. I think they're gonna keep the language maybe a little non-specific, and then Trump will commute her sentence. And I think that she's okay with that, but they're pushing for a full pardon with him. But yeah, providing the questions in advance is, because surprise questions would be unproductive. No, they'd be very productive. Wolfgang Deo says, Nick, please ban Bush for being a gay mod. You can't ban a mod for being what they are. All mods are gay. All right, so back to this. Finally, scheduling of the interview would only occur after the resolution of her Supreme Court petition and her forthcoming habeas petition. Her legal team warns that if these demands are not met, Maxwell will have no choice but to invoke her Fifth Amendment rights. Well, wait a minute. After the Supreme Court, then why do you need immunity? Maxwell's legal team filed a brief with U.S. Supreme Court on Monday, July 28th, arguing that her 2021 trafficking conviction should be thrown out because former boyfriend Epstein's 2007 non-prosecution agreement promised the United States would not charge any of his co-conspirators, named or unnamed. This is, we talked a little bit with Barnes about this. This is remarkable that this happened. And Jeffrey Epstein's a scumbag, right? But that didn't stop Florida-based U.S. district attorneys from granting him a non-prosecution agreement if he would testify to give them information. I don't even remember what they got in exchange for it, but they made an agreement with Epstein. And then the Southern District of New York came up and said, well, we don't recognize the other district. It's like, that's not how these things work. You promise not to prosecute someone or anybody else. They just said it's not valid. Because that's wild. That's why. And again, this goes back to those uncomfortable notions of justice, because it's uncomfortable that the U.S. government promised not to prosecute this monster or anyone associated with them. They're all monsters. That's uncomfortable, but they made a promise. And if they can, what if they promise it to you next? You might not be a monster. Maybe you got wrapped up in a bad decision. Maybe you're in the wrong place at the wrong time. Who knows? But they promise you, oh yeah, we won't do this. And then they just do it anyway after you cooperate. Maxwell's lawyer argued that she was included under that deal and that the non-prosecution agreement applies to her. They claimed that as a co-conspirator, she should never have been charged in the first place. Federal prosecutors have countered that the non-prosecution agreement applied only in Florida and not New York, where Epstein and Maxwell were both hit with federal trafficking charges in 2019. See, that's not how federal law applies. Federal courts doing criminal prosecutions are prosecuting under federal criminal law. That's where they're prosecuting, because you don't get into federal court for violations of state law only. Like if the majority are federal law violations, they might be able to combine in a state law violation, but it's federal law, which means that the districts don't matter on the law here. The circuits might disagree over the application of some precedent and stuff like that, which would be resolved by the Supreme Court, because the Supreme Court ultimately wants uniformity amongst all the circuits and how they interpret and apply the law and the Constitution. So it doesn't matter that it was in Florida and not New York, because this is federal. This is a federal case. Florida cannot grant them immunity under Florida state law for either New York state law or federal law. They can't do that. But a federal agreement applies across the entire country. Always has until this. So here we go. And not New York, where they were hit with federal trafficking charges in 2019. Epstein was found dead in his prison cell before going to trial. Definitely killed himself, because the government told us. Maxwell was convicted on 5 counts related to trafficking and is currently serving a 20-year prison sentence. No asks and no promises. Supreme Court filing came just days after President Trump's Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche met with Maxwell in Tallahassee. During the 2-day session, she was granted a limited form of immunity. According to sources, Maxwell's attorney, David Marcus, revealed that she was questioned about maybe 100 different people during her sessions with the Deputy Attorney General. He said she answered every question and that she didn't hold anything back. Marcus added there have been no asks and no promises. There has been speculation Maxwell would ask for a pardon, a lesser sentence, or other demands in exchange for cooperating with the feds. This is a really good move by Maxwell and her attorney, and I'll talk about why in just a second. Marcus revealed, we haven't asked for anything. This is not a situation where we are asking for anything in return for testimony or anything like that. Of course, everybody knows Ms. Maxwell would welcome any relief. Trump said on Monday, July 28th, that he hadn't been approached about pardoning Maxwell. Well, I'm allowed to give her a pardon, but nobody's approached me with it. Nobody's asked about it. It's in the news about that aspect of it. But right now, it would be inappropriate to talk about it. He boasted to reporters while on a trip to Scotland. That doesn't sound like a boast. Why would you write he boasted? Anyway, the reason this is a smart move is, so I didn't get this earlier. Like I didn't realize how this read. I had read that she met with DOJ officials and had given up like potentially 100 or more people, 100 or more names. But listen to how this is worded. She was questioned about maybe 100 different people during her sessions with the Deputy Attorney General. And she answered every question. She didn't hold anything back. We're not asking for anything, he says. But she was asked about them. But that's the government throwing darts, right? That's like, well, what about this guy? What about this guy? Did I hit a bullseye yet? What about this guy? What about this guy? The implied exchange, without asking for it, is that Ghislaine will just dish on her own. She'll dish. They won't have to lead. They won't have to ask about this next person or the next person. She'll just dish if you give her that pardon. Give her that fucking pardon. So it's a pretty interesting thing here. And again, the idea that Ghislaine may walk away or get a pardon, I think is really offensive to people. I think it's a bad move for Trump. Commuting her sentence is like the good troll move for Trump, because he can take her out of jail, but she'll be stuck as a sex offender and a felon for the rest of her days. But again, she's going to be shielded by a billionaire or two who she helped out, and she'll be fine in that respect. I don't really want her to be fine. I think she's horrible, right? I think she's one of the most evil people I've ever heard of. Her job, if you don't know Ghislaine Maxwell, in regards to Jeffrey Epstein, among other things, but one of her main roles was to go out and find girls, basically underage girls that were runaways from home or otherwise feeling like they should get away from home, and then basically groom them into being underage prostitutes for Jeffrey Epstein on his private island for other, for him and other world leaders. Or not world leaders, world and industry leaders, whoever could pay the ticket, right? She's a fucking monster. That's so horrible. Like, I wouldn't care if they chopped her fingers off one at a time. That said, the argument about the 2007 immunity or like non-prosecution agreement is a good argument. And if the government's argument isn't Ghislaine isn't part of that agreement because she's not a co-conspirator as the agreement contemplates, because that would be like, if she wasn't a co-conspirator, that would be the tack that the government wants to take. It's like, no, we're not talking about her. We're talking about these guys who participated in X, Y, and Z. Ghislaine's not that. Ghislaine was a recruiter. Ghislaine was this and this thing. She's not one of the co-conspirators because she wasn't sleeping with the underage girls or something like that. If they had some reasoning to take her away from the co-conspirator thing, that would be a better argument for the government. But saying that the non-prosecution agreement that she is contemplated as a co-conspirator. It's just that it doesn't apply in New York because it was made in Florida. That's insane. And that's actually horrifying that they would do that. But it's also horrifying. Like, I hate this whole story because it's horrifying that the government would give a non-prosecution agreement to Jeffrey Epstein and his associates and co-conspirators. Oh my God. And that's the really scary thing, right? If Ghislaine Maxwell wins on this Supreme Court argument. All right. If she wins, any co-conspirator of Jeffrey Epstein prior to 2007, because it's only valid up to the date of the non-prosecution agreement. You would maybe, depending on the wording, but we'll go conservative and say that any co-conspirator and anything they did up to 2007, she can name the names all she wants, and they can't be prosecuted if she wins. What's the language of co-conspiracy? If it's Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, and if it's about the recruiting of girls or whatever, but if it's about having sex with underage women, or I don't know, like I don't think there were boys involved, but if it's about having sex with minors, if that's the conspiracy, and that is a conspiracy. It's conspiring to criminal sexual conduct. If that's the co-conspirators, then none of them who are named by Ghislaine could be prosecuted if she wins. Tristan Green says she was having sex with the girls just as much as she was, or as he was, or more. Yeah, I remember look, I didn't dig too much into the details. The story's kind of harrowing and horrible, and I didn't cover the trial and stuff. So I've seen some of this allegations. I don't know what's true. And my main thing is, like, it depends on how the government is, or like what the conspiracy is in relations to. And without seeing the non-prosecution agreement in front of me, I can't like read through it and try and suss that out. I can only speculate. So I'm not, I'm not trying to insert details here. I'm just saying what the government might delineate between the two.
Everyone in chat does 2 shots for C. Goody since Nick is too gay to drink anymore, just like these gay ass mods that are riding the short bus all the time.
That's right. Everybody in chat do 2 shots. Hold on. Okay. So anyway, that's the Ghislaine story. I have one more story. It won't take long. I laughed too hard at this story, and like how it develops is amazing to me. And I do apologize that there's kind of a theme. All these stories were not supposed to be sexual stories, but they ended up relating to it. And wait, what? No, where'd it go? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, okay. Hold on. I have to search for this, which is worse. All right. This story is a roller coaster. This story is a roller coaster, and I don't know how to prepare you for this. But what I got to say is, despite the ridiculous subject matter of the stream tonight, if you like the show, please hit the like button. There's a whole bunch of you watching. Likes are down at under 400. We got to get that. We got to pump those numbers up. So get out the Coke and the lube and really just have a nice sip of each. Coca-Cola. God damn it. I have to be careful about everything I say now. Principled Uncertainty says, even I'm getting somewhat bored of this, but I oppose the UK's online safety bill, yada, yada. No one cares or knows. Okay. I have heard of the online safety bill. A couple people have asked me to look at it. I will, just not on this stream. I will. It's on my list. Okay. Maybe I should talk to Sargon about it. Like, I haven't talked to Sargon in years now, and I like that chap. So maybe I should talk to him and see what he thinks about it, and we could talk about the UK. Okay, so this article is a fucking roller coaster. So you got to bear with me on it. All right? Because just man who makes adult content with his own family member explains how it came about. Okay, so Sargon or Steph the alternate would be good to talk about that too. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so Gigi says it doesn't bother her that her boyfriend Ryan makes adult content with his brother Andy. Hold on, it's a roller coaster. It's a roller coaster. That's just the first drop, and now we're gonna settle down. They don't have sex with each other. I want to get that out in front. Okay, they don't. But we're going to talk about this. We're going to talk about this because there's some nuance to this that I think you guys are not appreciating. Oh, here we go. That's the proper. Look at this goofy motherfucker on the right. Like, hello, ladies. A man who shoots X-rated films with his very own brother has explained how it all started. I love just the casual nature of this fucking insane story. Ryan Lee and Gigi Patsy are both adult film creators. Now, Gigi Patsy is Ryan Lee's girlfriend, as far as I can tell. I don't know who any of these people are. I've never heard of them. I'm not that much of a degenerate. But it says up here that Gigi is talking about her boyfriend. So Ryan and Gigi are not brothers. Gigi is Ryan's girlfriend. This is important. This is important. They're both adult film creators. And believe it or not, Gigi was aware that he involved his brother Andy in his X-rated content before they met. Weird. Like, so you're going, right now, I know what you're thinking. I know what you're thinking. You're like, okay, well, so we've established some facts. So Ryan is with Gigi, who's a woman. So like, maybe like Ryan and Andy just bang the same chick at the same time. Like maybe that's what they're doing. Right, like the male female dynamic is something that some people are into. So okay, so they're brothers, but they're not having sex with each other. So that I guess is fine. I'm sure the stuff like this happens. Right, the pair who were first introduced at an award ceremony last year have opened up about their relationship in a recent episode of Love Don't Judge. Maybe we should watch this sometime. It's got to be fucking crazy. Available to watch on YouTube. Oh, we're going to have to, not tonight, but we're going to have, I'll preview it. I'll see what it's like. Maybe it's too stupid to not watch. Available to watch on YouTube. The premise behind the series is pretty self-explanatory, as it features couples who are judged every day because of who they fall in love with. All my friends know that he makes spicy content, and most of them know that he makes it with his brother, Gigi said. Weird way to phrase that, but okay. And to be honest, no one's really asked too much about it. Get better friends. Get better friends. Here we go. Team Andy. Okay. Andy is Ryan's brother, and they also make content together. Yeah, as you've told us so many times. Me04120 says, last time you weren't that big of a degenerate, it was a lie. No, I still think I wasn't. It's complicated. We're not going to get into it. Around 3 years ago, Ryan was desperate to break into the adult film industry, but Andy, a 15-year veteran, advised him against it. I told him it wasn't a good idea, Andy said. I didn't think he could handle the online trials. Ignoring his advice, Ryan decided to create a spicy account, to which Andy said, delete it now. I want to make all the money.
Why did the sperm cross the road?
Oh, Christ, I have no idea. Okay, so yeah, Andy says delete it now. But everything changed when their aunt stepped in and said, if he's going to do this, he better do it with your help. Wait, wait, what? Wait, what? Not their mom. So it's like, Andy's like, don't do this. Ryan's like, I'm going to do this. And he's like, no, don't. And then the aunt comes in and is like, if he's going to do this, you better fucking help him. He's like, I'm sitting here trying to help him by telling him not to do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. This is... I don't even know what's happening. That is an... What is this picture? Ryan is Andy's brother and Gigi's partner. Is Gigi the dog? I don't know. Oh, no, this is Gigi. Gigi's, I mean, she's pretty good looking. One of their rules, however, is to never touch one another while filming. Okay, that's a good rule. Why is it limited to while filming? Right? Like what? They have a rule. We never touch each other while filming. Wait. You could have just stopped at other. We have a rule. We never touch each other. That would be better. That'd be a better way to say that. That would be, look, we have a rule. We don't touch each other. We don't even hug. What are we, fucking gay? That's crazy. Quote, how many people make content without it being weird? Me or him are always filming. We're never beside each other, Ryan said. We're never touching in any way. And if we're in a group stance, we'll be on either end. So then it's not weird. It's not weird. They're just looking each other in the eyes during this. It's not weird at all. No. Like, look, it's either me filming him or him filming me. Normal. Normal. But if we are on scene together, like we're never on scene together, but if we are, it's a group thing. Well, then we're on either end. Looking at each other. What the fuck? It's not weird. This isn't weird. I'm a fun guy. I'm a ton of fun. Like she's pretty. This makes sense to me now. Okay, so at the end of the day, it's just work. Yeah, it's just work. Like everybody does this. It's just normal. But hold on. We're not done yet, guys. We're not done. The adult film creator said he never pretend to be gay and that the gay baiter claims are not accurate. I'm sorry. That came out of somewhere. That what? Hold on. Nobody said anything about that. No one said anything about that at all. On what it was like to date previously, Ryan added, I was dating girls before Gigi, and they've been fine with the whole making spicy content team. But when they found out it was gay, that's when I've been ghosted in the past, just because they couldn't wrap their heads around it. These guys are tag teaming dudes. No, I'm not gay. We just fuck guys. Like, what's wrong with that? It's just work, bro. It's just
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
What? So, we wouldn't pretend to be, I wouldn't pretend to be gay. I'm sorry. Sir, we didn't ask you anything about that. What are you talking about? Quote, the judgments would make me feel fine most days, but like some people just got into it a lot of detail. And you just have to think like, have these guys found nothing better to do than just hate on us? We wouldn't pretend to be gay. We're just out here fucking some guys for television. It's fine. This is normal. It's just my brother and I fucking guys all day long. Like we're on either end. We're on either end of the group scene. I'm sorry to put you through that, but I saw this and I was like, you have got to be fucking kidding me. Like, this can't be the story. And it just hits you right at the end. Hold on, what is this? Is this it? I'm sorry. We're not gonna watch this. We're not gonna watch this. But we're gonna watch a minute of it. I just gotta see. There's only 22,000 views on this. We need to pump those numbers up, people. What's up, Renee? How are you doing?
Boyfriend makes gay content with his brother.
I make content here
They're British. I'm no longer confused.
about 3 or 4 times a week with Andy and the boys. This is where stuff gets messy.
3 or 4 times a week, Andy and the boys. No. This is where stuff gets messy. No, God, stop.
To be honest, to me, it's just work. It doesn't really mean anything.
Is she okay? In the picture, she looked kind of cute. She
messy.
To be honest, to me, it's just work.
She looks horrifying here. Like, this is not good. No, look, what is going on down here? I didn't order muffins.
It doesn't really mean anything.
Not for any amount of money in the world, right?
It's just content. It doesn't really mean it. They're not gay. It's just content. It's just content, bro.
Content with
Literal bro.
the sibling. Yeah.
Oh,
Literal little bro.
oh no. Just no.
So there has been one time where it has got a little bit too far.
I'm sorry, this wasn't in the article. There has been one time where it has gotten a little too far. What? Would you like to know more? Hold on. We've got Christy Webster gifting 10 memberships. Thank you so much, Christy. Everybody who got a gifted membership, please tell Christy thank you. That was really awesome. Thank you so much. So cool. Okay, so here we need to figure this out. How'd this get too far?
Yeah.
This one's a stiff one.
I'm Ryan
This one's a stiff one. Come on.
Lee. I'm a spicy content creator.
I'm Gigi Patsy, and I do the same thing.
I make spicy content with my brother, and she doesn't mind.
Put that on his tombstone. Put that on his tombstone right as you toss him into the fucking sea. Well, I make spicy content with my brother, and my girlfriend doesn't mind. Valhalla Wait says Rackets was on set. No, I don't like messy things. That's disgusting.
We usually try to do this most mornings.
Does it feel okay?
Yeah, it always makes me feel better for work. It's a good way for us to ease out.
Why are they working out her hamstrings? She's not getting plowed tonight. This street is free of snow.
Our muscles.
For them long positions.
For those dodgy positions, yeah.
We met at an award ceremony last year.
She looks way better here than she does in the documentary. Like, but does she just need to like dehydrate herself? Like, what's going on? It's like she's shrink wrapped everywhere in the other scenes. Like, this dress actually fits her, I guess.
Is it love at first sight? No.
You could say that.
She's squishing out of every possible place. Like, that's fine. Like, whatever you want to look like. My advice to everybody is be thinner. You too, Eugenia. That was rude. Nah, I don't care. But also, like, the practicality and the reality of life is like you're not always going to be in the best shape. But just wear clothes that fit when you're going to go on a fucking documentary. That's strange to me.
I was dating girls before Gigi, and they've been fine with the whole
Come on now. Sounds gay. I'm in.
Making spicy content thing, but when they found out it was gay, that's when I've been ghosted in the past, just because they couldn't wrap their heads around.
Wow, so you're dating a girl and you're like, no, for my job, I fuck guys. And they're like, deuces.
Around it.
I already knew that Ryan made content with his brother Andy.
They're seeing how well he was doing in the industry.
Why doesn't she say and other men? Why doesn't she say and other men? I have so many questions for, never mind, the British. How do you tolerate yourselves in these accents? I just don't get it. Try to be American.
Freedom, I brought him, and yeah, everyone just thought he was a legend, so I just jumped on it. He said, the only way I'm going to help you is if you come and live with me in the UK, and you can be around people that make content. Nearly ready, babe? Now we're going to go to the studio and...
Look, little bro, the only way I'm going to help you make content about fucking guys is if you come live with me and fuck guys like I do. What is happening with that? Like, who would you... I don't understand the logic here. I don't understand the logic here. He's like, I'm not gay, but I fuck guys on camera. Like, so that's my spicy content. And little bro's like, you know what I want to do? Like, you know what I would like to do? I'm not gay, but I would like to start a spicy content channel where I have sex with men. Who? How? Where does this come from? How many times have those fucking how many times have those ears been used like fucking horse reins? Like, that's the real question. Did his ears used to be flatter against his head before he started making gay content? I don't know. But my God, look at those.
Catch up with Andy and
stole Obama's ears.
Do a bit of work. Now we've arrived. This is a changing room area where every costume you could possibly think of, ranging from...
But all the clothes are for men. Why are all the clothes for men? Get dressed. But all the clothes are for men.
From prison outfits to police outfits.
Every costume you can imagine, from prison outfits to police outfits. Ah!
Deliveroo outfits, army outfits. Welcome to PSU, guys. This is my brother Andy's studio. Up here we have the old style hotel room. This might look like a normal hotel.
Interestingly, they just bought this building prefabricated from a Chinese massage parlor.
Hotel room set, but it's not really. There's no windows. And then behind her,
there's no windows in the cinder block building that you can't escape. Put on the outfit. You're the prisoner today.
You have the casting couch. So this is where stuff gets messy. I make content here about 3 or 4 times a week with Andy and the boys.
That's not a screwdriver. What is happening? No! What's about to go down here is unholy, uncouth.
So this is my big brother Andy, everybody, that I make spicy content with.
Oh. I have been in the adult industry for 15 years. I was living in a hostel in London, doing demolition, a really low paid job.
Now he does demolition. It's just a bit different.
And I got offered £600 to do a solo video for an adult website, and it changed my life. We started making adult content together about 3 years ago.
I first asked him for help in the industry. He told me no.
I can't do this anymore. Fucking, I can't do this. I can't keep watching this right now. That is awful. Sorry. I do judge.
The sperm crossed the road because Kurt put the wrong socks on.
Oh no! Oh God! Ew! Okay, I wasn't ready for that. I wasn't ready for that punchline.
Short story idea. The OnlyFans incest. Brothers go to a family-owned brothel and abortion clinic with an attached heavy petting zoo.
I don't like this. I don't like this. Let's put it into Chat GPT.
You should have just opened with this clip, Nick. British. No further questions. It's just the business. Just the business.
Just the business. I hadn't watched the clip. I hadn't watched a single second of it. Now I regret the almost 3 minutes of it that we watched together. But at least I got to spread the regret amongst you guys like bad peanut butter on moldy bread.
So that's how Brother Butter's made.
Oh, no! I hadn't even thought of that. Ew! I had not thought about Brother Butter, and now you ruined that. You somehow made that grosser than it was already. Okay. Like, so we've covered all the we've covered all the topics that I had gotten together. And we need a palate cleanser. We need something to really salivate over, to anticipate, like to really get the everything, to recover from the fucking horror show that was just happening. What was going on? And so I, of course, I'm ready. I hope you're ready. We got to resume some cooking with Kurt. We are not done for the night. We are cooking, and we are cooking chicken with mushrooms. And where we left off was Kurt attempting to dice room temperature floppy bacon with his cool cutting instrument and basically just making mashed bacon potatoes right in the grid. Do you know how hard this is going to be to clean out? How hard that it's satisfying. It's satisfying because of how fucking difficult that's going to be. What a terrible choice it was. You don't want that sound when you're chopping stuff. Oh my God. Here we go.
Leviticus 18:22. What did we just watch? I hope you burn for a long time in hell for this segment. OMG, church that butter.
Church that butter. I don't know what that means. I don't know what churching that butter is, but I'm interested. Chief Danier, food bits that go through the dishwasher are clean. Do you know you got a point?
That kitchen is where it gets messy.
Look, we're just filming some brotherly content here. No! Bad. All right, here we go. Here we go, guys. This is where we left off. If you did not watch 2 days ago, we started this video. I think it was Tuesday night. We have an hour of it left. I hope you guys want to finish it with me. Stay around and help me finish. Brother. What's going on? Where is he? Rose before hose? No! Something's happening in the background. Pray for the victims. I assume he's chopping up the bacon. It just sounds like you're stuck in a nondescript industrial building, and all you hear is like the giant HVAC unit just that's your only companion. Like, cause you're gagged and you're bound to a radiator, and you're just stuck there lying on a cold cement floor because radiator's not on. It can't keep you warm. You're just laying there, and all you hear is just that HVAC unit just circulating the musty air endlessly. But then as you're sitting there, you can't see it. You can't see it because you can't really turn your head anymore. You're kind of weak and tired because you had pizza casserole and you just got so tired. And you're so tired, but somewhere in the distance you hear and what is it? What is that sound? What's going on? What's going on where you can't see and you struggle? You're trying to lift your neck and you just can't. Grifty says, I just want to know which of the brothers is the churner and which one is the churney when making brother butter, of course. Get that image out of your head. I can't.
Oops.
MA, no comment.
Okay. All right. Okay, I think that sort of finishes layer one.
Layer one
of the dish, and then we're just going to kind of do it again.
Oh God, I was really worried that this dish wasn't going to have 40,000 calories in it. That just kind of finished layer one. Now we're going to do it again. How about don't? How about don't do that? Holy fuck. How does he surprise me every time? I should know this is coming. I should know. If he's got layers, he could call it a Midwest salad, so it's healthier.
So we got ourselves the bacon on top there in little crumbles sort of pieces, and then on top of the vegetable medley on top of the bacon. There's some garlic in there. There's some beurre than bouillon in there for the herb. The Creole seasoning. And that's what we got so far. How are we feeling about that?
How are you feeling about that? We're just going to put some vegetables on top of the bacon. We're going to put the vegetables on top of the bacon. How are we feeling? I need water. Just water.
I've been waiting for this all night. Hostage slop with Kurt, featuring sodium and a coronary.
I can't believe this exists. Stop touching my face. Stop it.
Looking good? Good.
Huh? Stop rubbing
Cook
your
bacon?
eyes.
Well, the bacon will cook when it's in the dish. I want to...
The bacon will cook when it's in the dish. He's going to pressure cook bacon with a bunch of water dense vegetables all around it. It's going to cook. It's going to steam the bacon. Who doesn't like steamed bacon? I love it when my bacon bends more than a Russian gymnast.
I don't want to cook it in advance because I want the fat from the bacon to stay in the...
Yeah, why would you cook? Cooking it in advance is stupid. I want the fat from the bacon to stay. Just cook the bacon and pour the bacon grease in the dish. You could have cooked the bacon, poured the bacon grease in the bottom, and sauteed all the vegetables in it. You could have done that. You could have sauteed the chicken in there. You could do any of this. Any of this. would be great. And it would keep the fat in there. It would actually render the fat out of the bacon and make the bacon appetizing rather than just being a chewy fucking mess of liposuction rejection. Why would you put that in a dish ever? God. Ugh.
That air being circulated wouldn't be so musty if Kurt would have just put the right socks on.
No. Gross. Fuck.
Dish. More veggies? Well, we're going to add more veggies on top, so.
More of.
Looks good. You'd eat it?
No, it doesn't look. Who said looks good would eat it? Ban them from life.
We can throw in some more veggies now, though. I mean, there's no reason not to.
There's no reason. Wait, guys! I just realized something. He wants to throw in more veggies now. His dicer has sloppy bacon mashed into it. So how is he going to do it? How are you going to dice the veggies, Kurt? How are you going to do it? Oh God, how is he going to do it? Is he going to just slam them in there and push all that bacon out into the thing? You know he is. If he washes that grid, I'm calling him a bitch. Kurt is not talking to himself, and you know it. What are you doing?
Okay.
What's that? Did you just season something? You can't do that. How are we supposed to know how much sodium's in there?
Someone said 8 MSG. You got yourselves a little bit of MSG.
A little bit. Like a little. How much food are you making?
Okay.
Hold up. I didn't realize what was happening. We have to go back. Diamond asked, would I try his food at least once? No. He doesn't wash his hands. He touches chicken and then touches everything else without washing. He doesn't wash anything. No, I would not. I'm sorry. There are limits. Okay, hold on.
Someone said 8 MSG.
Okay, someone said MSG. He says, yeah, we can add a little MSG. Then listen closely. I'm going to need you to turn your volume up if you haven't. We'll max this guy out.
You got yourselves a little bit of MSG. Okay.
Hey, look, I'm one of the brothers. That was a lot. That was a lot of MS. That was not a little MSG. I could hear. I have ears. You guys heard that, right? That shaker was fucking going.
All right. Let's make layer 2.
Let's make layer 2. That's what one of the brothers said. Doesn't that look good? Someone said, looks good. I'd eat that. To this. Actually, it didn't have the veggies on. Okay, so I was wrong. I forgot he had pre-chopped way too many vegetables. I thought he had put them on the dish, but turns out he's got a big fucking plate full of pre-diced vegetables that I forgot existed. So he doesn't have to use a dicer again. God, I'm so mad now. I really wanted to know what was going to happen. Like, I really wanted him to mash vegetables through the bacon polluted grid. Everything he's doing is off camera. Everything he's doing is off camera, and he's not describing. Like, at least say, yeah, I'm just unwrapping this or that. Like, tell us what you're doing. What are you doing? What are you doing? So now he's touching raw chicken and just slapping it in there unseasoned. Like, he's going to add seasoning to the top of it, but why would you season the top and the bottom? Like, that's silly. That's ridiculous. Someone says raw chicken breast. These are chicken thighs. Although it's kind of confusing, like, because they're like kind of tucked tightly. These are chicken thighs. They're rolled up, deboned, obviously, and the skin is removed. You know what I want? I want boneless skin on chicken thighs sometimes. Not all the time. Like today, I cooked chicken thighs. You know how I did it? I put them in my pressure cooker with nothing on them and just turned it on. I dumped rice on there too, just to, because, you know, whatever. Like, that's what the chat said. No, actually, I put them in a cold pan. I season the chicken thighs. I put them in the cold pan, skin down, because then it renders out, as the pan heats up, it renders fat out of the chicken skin, which makes the chicken skin nice and crispy and adds a nice little layer of fat to sear the chicken in. And then I got it nice and crispy on one side, and then I flip it over, get nice and crispy on that side. And I got the skin to a good place, and then I put it in an oven for 15 minutes, and they came out perfect. 184 degrees internal temperature, juicy as all fucking get out. Beautiful, wonderful, crispy skin, salty, added some good pepper to it. It was great. It's easy. It's faster than this. It took no time, like literally 20 minutes total cooking time. And I didn't have to cut anything because, like, it's bone in, but you just eat around it. And they're great. What is he doing all this work for? What's he doing now? You know what he's not doing? Anybody catch what he's not doing? He's not washing his hands. He's just throwing in bacon now. He's not washing his hands, though. I tear bacon now. Can't cut. Throwing bacon in there. Rat Tech says, if you cook it, who cares? Oh, Rat Tech, make no mistake. It's not about the food. The food's going to cook. It's going to pressure cook. That food is going to nuke any bacteria. I know people in chat are saying cross-contamination. Cross-contamination of the food in the Instapot is not the issue. Kurt's not going to wash his hands. He's going to touch everything in his kitchen. Every single thing. All of it. He's probably going to touch those vegetables and put them in a bag or whatever. Like, he's going to touch everything. This is the gross thing he does.
Bacon is obviously a key ingredient, so we'll take our time with it. Need to make sure we get all that bacon glory in the pot, right?
Bacon time, it's a glorious time. Hold on, Steve says fennel is brutal. Found some growing by the river and transplanted it to my yard. Now half my yard is fennel and I can't stop it. You get fucking taken over by fennel? I can't stop it. I can't stop this fennel. It's growing everywhere. It's so fucking wild. Taking time. It's like glorious time. Well, I heard a knife. Okay, I think what he did, I think he has, the bacon that comes like kind of like layered on top of each other, either spread out or sometimes you just get. I think I don't think he's tearing the bacon. He's just cutting it. He's grabbing the section. He's slapping down one at a time. Aaron Moon says, you're looking desperate, Nick. Making fun of him is beyond desperate. No, well, I desperately love his cooking content. It's the most fun thing to watch on the planet. Making fun of him is just the product of watching what he does. I would make fun of anybody who does this. Anybody at all. If I would have known Kurt was doing this years ago, I would have made fun of him then. I just never watched his channel at all. And then, of course, after the inviting minors over to his house for liquor and pizza casserole and sexual activity, like once he said that, I was done. It's over. Now I'm going to watch Kurt videos and make fun of them all the time because I find it amusing. Janai, you think the gut biome filled with E. coli would be a weight loss mechanism? That's a both ends problem.
Bacon glory for you and me.
Sing.
Bacon glory.
Sing for me. Sing, my angel of music.
It helps the dish to be the dish it needs to be. So much Tony's. James K says, can you elaborate on the minors thing? You got to go. You can find it yourself or you can find me watching it. I don't remember the exact stream it was on. It was one of the first streams I did when I came back. Someone had tagged me in a Kurt Cooks Pizza Casserole video. Watch the whole thing. It's not that long. Or you, like I said, someone can post a title in the chat or a mod can post a link. I don't remember, but if you want to have it elaborated on, go watch it for yourself. Don't take my word for it. Just go watch it. You be the judge. I found the comments to be a little bit, they're not my style. Not my style at all. I don't think they were proper, but I'm not telling anybody else what to think. I'm just telling you why I have no problem watching Kurt cooking videos and laughing my ass off for the rest of time. I have a huge forehead. Yes, I do. I know. I can see it. I'm looking at me right now. Hey, what up? You do. What up, brother? You want some content? More herb flavor.
It looks wrong. It looks like dog shit. What are you doing?
Again, better than bouillon. Herbs, Italian herbs. And some herbal stuff in there.
Yeah, Grifty, he did just put a ton of Tony Chachere's, and then he just dolloped in some better than bouillon. Sam Young number 5 says Alyssa Clips has already made a clip about you speaking on Gino, etc. Amazing. Well, she has to do it fast now. She's running out of time.
Yeah. Oh, what the fuck?
Look at stop! Oh, gross! Ah!
All right.
So fucking gross. Who was that? Who was that? Mighty Bob says, my wife just walked by and asked, what the fuck are you watching? Instead of trying to explain it all to her, I just lied and said porn. It's the better answer.
More of the vegetable mixture.
God, no hand washing. He just dug those filthy fucking fingers into his bowl of vegetables. He's gonna save. He said he's gonna save some of those vegetables. He chopped up way too many. Cover with vegetables.
All right, that's gonna be fine.
When I'm cooking, if I touch anything slimy, and I don't care if it's a contaminant or not. Like if anything gets on my hands, any liquid or any like gooey stuff, like if you got better than bouillon on your hands, I immediately have to wash it. I cannot do it. I can't do it. Like I hate making meatballs and stuff because I wash my hands like 200 times while making meatballs. Don't like it's constantly washing hands. SB Farmer 8 says, what happens if Robert Barnes is wrong? Wait, about what? He said a lot of stuff. So what happens? Give me some more details. I'll answer. I don't
Add water, put on pot, and then I need to sweep up and also put some dishes.
He's going to add water to this. He's going to he's just going to dump water in this.
In the dishwasher. Yeah. But I think we're done.
There's still room in the Instapot, Kurt. You can do another layer. Do another layer.
Starting.
If I just showed you that segment where he like picks up the camera and all you see is the floor and his feet for a second, he walks over the Instapot, would you be able to tell the difference between this video and Montagraph's Umbrella Man video? Would you even know? Like, oh my God, he's just walking over to the victim. What is all over my man's floor here? It's probably hard to see where you guys are, but like, do you see this over here in this area? Little white like pebbles all over the place. Oh, here we go.
The real problem with uncooked chicken contamination is after this, Kurt went and rubbed one out with those chicken juices still on his hands and called it jerk chicken.
Jerk chicken with a cream sauce. It's the best. It's the best. Recall says onion. Oh, could be onion. Yeah, he could have, like when he was, I guess. From Principled Uncertainty. Genuine question. As a skinny dude, why do pretentious fat men get camper with every calorie? Get camper? I don't know what that means. Like they hitch you to a truck and drive off. Like, what do you mean by get camper? This got to be a typo. I don't know. I don't know how fat people think. I just don't know. His hand is in his pocket right now. Look at it. His hand is in his pocket. Lepatic says only how cokeheads think. Yes, I know how cokeheads think, obviously. But I don't know how fat people think. Partly because how cokeheads think is this will make me not fat. Diamond says, your strength and resilience in overcoming such a tough challenge are admirable. Your commitment to recovery is truly inspiring, and your dedication is admired. You've shown incredible courage. Thank you, Diamond. I really appreciate that.
Half hour, I think.
Just guessing. Just gonna guess. Half hour. Winston Smith says, can he only cook with an Instapot? No, he does bake casseroles sometimes.
All right.
Principled Uncertainty says, Nick banned PU. Principled Uncertainty, I presume. Check. PM, I told you. Who's PM? I don't know. I don't know. I like Kurt closed his fridge is just opening. Hold on. Nope. It just opens right back up. The fridge is like, nope, I don't listen to you.
Get my broom.
What was that? What is he doing? He went and got a broom to sweep the fucking counter. To sweep the counter with a broom. I don't know what's going on. Why are you sweeping the countertop with a broom? Gross! That thing goes on the floor. What is this? What war crimes are being committed? What are you doing? Anne asks where I was ever invited over to his place. I don't recall being invited to his place. The only time that would have really happened would have been when I was in Houston at Anime Matsuri after I think he had moved down at that point. And or maybe not. That would have been the only opportunity. Excuse me. I don't think so. He may have said, like, sometime on a phone or in a text message, he may have said, yeah, if you ever wanted to come down to Texas and hang out, like, you could stay at my place. He may have, but I don't remember it specifically. So I can't say yes to that. How long ago did you stream this? 3 months ago. A pear tree says, is Kurt on the spectrum? You know how big the ultraviolet side of the spectrum is, right? Yeah, he's most of it. And now, by the way, his tainted hands are all over that broom too. Like, so the next time he grabs the broom, this just is horrifying. Winston Smith says, if you're going to be fat, at least eat food that tastes good, like a steak, not slop in an Instapot. An honest answer is, of course, correct. Not enough to excuse his behavior. The spectrum is on Kurt. Only his cock. Brush your counter.
The dishwasher's gonna have to wait.
Fucking this is I'm on the spectrum too. Watch how he puts the broom back in the dustpan. He puts it in the wrong way. He puts it in the wrong way. It drives me crazy. It's not right. See it sticking out the top? That's because it's the wrong way. If he turned the broom, he had it the right way, and then he flipped it specifically the wrong way. So the angle of the dustpan and the broom don't line up. Now the broom's sticking out. Why?
I think dishwasher's gonna have to wait.
He's too tired from sweeping. The dishwasher's going to have to wait. Guys, he only has 28 minutes left. Actually, it hasn't even come up to temperature, so it's got to come up to temperature before the 30 minutes even starts. He's only got like 40 minutes left of cooking.
All right, I'm gonna hang with you guys for a second.
You're gonna hang for longer than a second. 45 more minutes. Oh, baby, look at this glance. A glance askance. Holy shit. This is often my favorite part of the show. Only if he's not too depressed. If he's too depressed, it's just boring.
I'm gonna spend the entire time waiting for the thing, but spend a second with you guys.
Does Kurt's video have a chat too? It does.
You never swept the counter? It seemed like the logical thing to do. There are
It swept the counter. Seemed like the logical thing to do. No, it didn't. It seemed like the least logical thing I can imagine. just get a rag or a cloth or a paper towel and brush whatever's on the counter into your garbage can. Like, you don't have to get a broom to sweep the. Seemed like the logical thing to do. No, it wasn't. It was not the logical thing to do. OnlyFans says, can we watch his chat? I have a policy. I don't want to watch the chat because I want to see how this thing goes by itself. But we can take a peek. I thought we could take a peek. It doesn't appear we can take a peek. Hold on, I might have to hit play first. Sometimes YouTube's.
a lot of little pieces of.
Okay, there we go. If I see one of you guys in there, I'm going to be pissed. One of you is like, no, these videos aren't cool. What? Someone will be like, Kurt, you're the best cook ever. Principled Uncertainty's in there. He's like, God, this looks so good. I want to eat it. Morrissey playing Kate Peter to push anti-KR propaganda and media. Kurt's channel does not tolerate bullying. You can leave if you cannot be nice. Kurt's channel tolerates bullying very well. He's doing just fine. Filthy Casual Gamer. Henry Kissinger has a recipe for Mugu Gai Pan, but it's rather bland. Karen Reed is guilty beyond any reasonable doubt and with moral certainty. This guy's name is Kaleidoscope. I love YouTube names. When you find the creative ones, it's just so fucking great. So he's using a slap chop. That's not a slap chop. Slap chops are actually better than whatever he's using. I'm not like, you put the stuff down in a slap chop, just, and it rough chops way faster than his stupid grid thing does. But slap chops are annoying to fucking clean every time. I don't know. I find that most of these gadgets make things more complicated in the end, but that's just me. Correct. Hi, all. Chicken and shrooms sound good. When were these? Wait a minute. We're 47 minutes in. It's showing us comments at 6 minutes. So there must be more loading. Yeah. Maybe if you have good knife skills, but for average people who aren't pro chefs, maybe not. No. You don't have to have good knife skills to dice vegetables. You have to be like if you have Parkinson's or something, sure. Other than that, anybody you can dice vegetables. I promise. Diamond says he's out of breath making a meal. What would sex be like? No one knows. No one knows. Jeffrey says, isn't legal reasoning based in logic? I'm questioning Kurt's. Yeah. Yes. If you had a slap chop, do you just slap it or do you work the shaft? Oh, you know the answer to this.
The food on the counter and pieces on the floor. So the logical thing to do seemed to be to knock the pieces that were on the counter onto the floor and then sweep them up from the floor.
Why did you use the broom to knock them onto the floor? Why would you take something that sweeps up your floor and put it on your counter where you make food? Why would you do that? That's what everybody finds illogical. What the fuck?
To be like a reasonable way of going about it. Am I okay? No, I'm not okay. I'm not okay.
I'm not okay. Barely getting by.
Am I hungover? First of all, fuck off. Second of all, no. Third of all,
am I hungover? First of all, fuck off. Holy shit, these are his paying members. These are his members. Oh, God. He does see me. Crifty says, can we crowdfund for him to take serve save 40 hour? No. No, I never want to change him. The prime directive is not to interfere with a species who doesn't know you exist. I do not want to interfere with Kurt. I want everybody else to learn from him, right? But like, I don't want this untouched civilization, which is very touched, needs to be left to develop on its own. We can't change the course of its evolution. Is this the part where he makes his chat feel sorry for him? Yep.
well, fuck you. What's wrong? I'm just depressed. I'm depressed. I'm tired. I'm not getting the amount of sleep that I want. I'm not getting the quality sleep that I want.
What's wrong? His CPAP machine needs a gas engine to get enough air to get past the apnea.
Want. Just
look at the anger, the angry eyes. Hold on. Look at that look. He's reading chat right now. He's staring at it. He's just glaring at the person who dared suggest. We've all watched Kurt drink gallons of liquor, just like me. Are you hungover? Is a fair question. It doesn't even have to reflect how he's acting or anything. Are you hungover? Like maybe you drank a lot the night before. I don't know. Like maybe on stream. I'm not sure. I have no idea. It was 3 months ago, but I haven't looked beyond that. But someone's just like, hey, are you hungover? First of all, fuck you. Am I acting hungover? Yeah, kind of. You're kind of like a bitchy little bitch.
just asking. Fuck you.
When does a fuck you become a proposition?
What do I take to help me sleep? I take trazodone and melatonin.
I'm sorry. What, my Negro? You're taking melatonin and trazodone just to sleep? Holy fuck. And Voluptuous Vinyl says in gallons of wine. Yeah, the melatonin in alcohol, I don't think is a big deal, but the trazodone in alcohol might be. Holy shit. Why can't you sleep? Joe Schmo says melatonin and alcohol is actually really bad together. Oh, consider me educated. I'll have to look into it. I've never read up on the interactions. I've never taken melatonin. I'm always of the opinion I don't like taking anything to help me sleep, because then I might need that thing to sleep. Right? I have narcolepsy though, so it's kind of cheating. But one of the things I do if I can't sleep, it's usually because I have some anxiety of some sort. So I do like a breathing exercise, and it helps. Or I read anything, because these days reading knocks me out right away. The closest I've ever come is when I was using, right, I would take ketamine before bed, and I would take enough ketamine to knock me into a K-hole, because that would produce a really cool hallucinatory experience, which I was into. But the thing about ketamine is you wake up. It's like an hour. You wake up. So it's not effective. Like, it's an anesthetic. It's not a sleep aid. So it doesn't really help you sleep, if that makes sense. Because you tend to wake up, your heart rate's a little elevated and stuff like that. It's not like it's not a useful thing for that. But that's the closest I can think of. The main thing is, I would do ketamine after shows and stuff at night, because then I didn't have anything to do. So I could get knocked out for an hour, and then wake up, go to the bathroom, and then go back and go to bed after that. Don't do that. I'm not promoting that in any way. You should not do illegal substances. Obviously, they're devastating. That being said, I did these things. I had these experiences, so I feel like talking frankly about them might help people understand me, and then understand, maybe themselves, their own situation, or things that they're considering. And my recommendation is don't do any of that, but also don't take trazodone and apparently melatonin with alcohol. Very, very not good.
You officially killed the colloquial brother butter. Bring back the babes, boobs, and baby batter. Fuck the blocking my oppo words of love. Long live cracks and bikes.
As far as the censorship, I know that someone said the AI on Super Tips is very aggressive on the censorship. We're supposed to get more control over the moderation that happens. Maybe even like granular down to individual voices having different moderation and stuff. The tools are coming. They're just not here just yet.
First of all, fuck you. Secondly, suck my micropene.
Principled Uncertainty says, I have one mantra. Don't swallow anything whole. Be it be it filial, no one thing sophical, political, or in a relationship. There you go. Don't swallow anything whole in a relationship, apparently. Only swallow parts of it. Sean McDonald.
This tonight of fun is taking trazodone, a gallon of alcohol.
Holy shit.
Depression is and certainly can be a bitch. Have I tried Ambien? No, I've heard bad things about it. Could it be sleep apnea?
Heard bad things about Ambien. as he obviously has bad effects from his current regimen.
It's also sleep apnea. I use a CPAP every night.
No one could guess that. Ladies.
Don't usually see me grumpy. You haven't been watching the channel long enough. Does the weight control drug affect the way other meds work? Not to the best of my ability to determine, no.
Does the weight control drug affect the other meds' ability to work? Yeah, because he's on like not Ozempic or whatever. He's on something like it, if I remember right. Slow Ozempic. Is Ozempic his mortal enemy? Is he fighting it with his diet? Like, what the fuck? Why are you eating like this if you're on a weight control med? It's like getting gastric bypass right before eating a whole roasted lamb. What are you doing?
The weather, yeah, the weather can definitely affect me, but today is a sunny day, so.
Sunny days, I mean, they help. Like gloomy days hurt, I guess, but it's better if you're outside. Like you go outside and take in the sun, and like that's supposed to help you, that full spectrum light. So just having a sunny day isn't useful. I hate you. Principled uncertainty, you're banned forever. He says he looks like he shouts when he comes. Why would you say that? What the fuck is, I'm supposed to be the broken one here, and you just said the most horrifying thing I could possibly imagine. Why would you do this?
It was nice to have like 600 of you on Friday. Hopefully that means the live stream is growing a little bit. How can we help? Just by being like generally positive. Like you don't have to go out of your way, but just by generally being nice in chat. Just by generally being nice and supportive and kind and not being a complete dick wad.
God, stop! You're not cut out for this, man. You can't do it. What the fuck? This guy needs to get himself right. I mean, do whatever you want. My opinion is that he should get himself right. Like I just like, this is brutal on him.
Helps a lot. Just by it's like you don't have to like provide me therapy, but just being kind help.
Remember what the last line of little chorus was when he said what his intro song would be for wrestling? That boy needs therapy. Right? Like that was the line from the hook. You don't have to give me therapy. That boy needs therapy. I'm a fun guy. I'm a ton of fun.
Your Honor, my client is asking for restitution for the addictive power of the pooper tips. Downside is you aren't doing impressions of me.
I could still do impressions of Mark Richards. Don't you ever challenge me, especially not in court, or we're going to have some havoc on that ass.
Well, 600 wasn't bad. Yeah, I'm hoping that that's a sign of growth. I'm hoping that means that, we'll have more people as the channel, as the trial goes on. So hopefully that's a positive sign for things to come. I thought I was being nice. I wasn't talking about you, Tilly. I was talking in general. You said, fuck. People said, how can they be helpful?
Get mad at her. Get mad at her for it. Get mad at the person who's like, hey, how can we help? And you're like, well, if you could just be nice, that'd be fucking great. It's like, oh, I thought it was being nice. God, how are you so fucking dumb that you don't understand what I was saying? Like,
They said, how can I be helpful? You can be helpful by being nice and being kind. That was a general comment to the question. It wasn't specifically directed at any one person. It wasn't.
Maybe it was the speaker who's the problem and not the listener. You're just hypothetical.
Trying to reprimand anyone for not being kind or not being nice. The question was how.
He's not trying to reprimand anyone for not being kind or not being nice. He's trying to reprimand everyone for not being kind and not being nice. That is the other part of the sentence that he doesn't say. He won't say, that's the quiet part, right? He will not say it out loud. He is a mix. I'm going to do my amateur psychiatrist here. This man is a mix of intense depression and unreasonable amounts of narcissism with a curt MSG level of autism. And it is the wildest combination because he is the mopiest, most self-defeating, self-hating weirdo who doesn't understand the emotions that he feels, but also believes he's entitled to everything being better from everybody whom he doesn't understand in the first place. It's fucking crazy. It's holy shit. I don't know why I keep meeting people who are like uniquely and intensely broken.
How can we help? I'm like, here's how you can help. I thought I was doing that. I wasn't speaking specifically to you. I was speaking in general. Here's how you could help.
Just keep going.
God damn.
Lay into her more. It's great. Ah, fuck. Jeez. God, so stupid.
Yeah, the question was, how could people help? How can you help? By being nice, being supportive, being kind. You know, you don't have to provide me therapy, but just by buying, you know, being positive in chat. You know, just bring up positive energy.
I'm not reprimanding you. I'm going to repeat this 3 times now. 3 times I'm going to repeat this. Just what you can do. Just what you can do since you asked. Fuck. God damn. Oh.
Being generally supportive. You know, that kind of stuff.
Don't ask me if I'm hungover, please.
Geez, way to go. Okay, well.
You can't win over everybody. I mean, you can't even yell at someone these days without them getting, you know, a little sensitive about it.
I love how this depressing fatty still has the strangest optimism that his channel will grow, even when his dishes and content is pure sadness and not the good kind.
SD Sock accounts a streamer. Are you hungover also? Are you talking to me? Look, first of all, fuck you. No, I'm not hungover at all. Even when I was drinking, I rarely got hungover because I tend to be pretty well hydrated. I don't know why. Probably all the cup.
Fine. You like my streams? Thank you. See, Kathy, that's you know, just doesn't just, you know, that's nice. Thank you. That makes my day a little bit better. Thank you.
Thanks, Kathy. Hey, Tilly, take some fucking notes from Kathy. Why don't you bitch?
Have I put the watch together? I tried and failed.
We're going to watch that sometime. Sometime we are going to watch that. You put the watch together. No, I tried and failed.
I ordered new parts. They're on their way. Maybe next weekend. I have nice daylight coming in. I do have nice daylight coming in. I do have that going for me. Speaking of which, I need to open these blinds. Give myself some more daylight.
This will be great for the camera.
Fucking.
Grab blinds.
There we go. There, I get some more daylight. Some days are better than others. Holla. 100%. How I learned how to cook? That implies that I did learn how to cook.
Holy shit, self-awareness creeps into the stream out of nowhere. From the turnbuckle, self-awareness with the flying elbow. Holy shit. That would imply I did learn to cook.
To the extent I learned, that implies that I did learn 100%. How I learned how to cook? That implies that I did learn how to cook. To the extent I learned by reading recipes online and then like modifying them and seeing.
He's modifying recipes. My man doesn't know shit about cooking. He's like, never learned how to cook, but I read recipes online and then modified them. How are you modifying them? What are you doing? Like, why don't you just get the basics down first before we jump into the advanced class?
You know what actually happens. Yeah, I've been watching and appreciate your genuine personality. Life's not perfect even for streamers. Facts, thanks.
Wrong. Life is perfect for streamers at all times. Existence gets winded.
We love you. Thank you. Can I have a pet? I could have a pet, sure. I could have.
I have a pet. Her name changes every week.
Chat, why aren't you having fun? Just tell me I'm great. Chat, just be happy and shut up. Why aren't you still talking? Chat, you negative pricks? Be positive, but shut up.
Pet. Maybe I should get a pet. Yeah, I'd have to pay like a fee, to the landlord. It's like $250 fee plus like $50 a month or something for a dog or something like that. Am I a dog person? What's this picture behind me? Norman Rockwell's Freedom of Speech. It's a classic Americana.
Senator McHardcock says, "Why are you so strangely obsessed with this guy?" It's the best show on YouTube. What are you talking about? How can you not be obsessed with it? It's so fucking great.
I got the glass on that changed so it would be less reflective.
Thanks.
Because people were complaining about the reflection of the window and the glass.
Who cares? Who cares?
So like last week, I got that glass changed. The glass wasn't broken, but I got changed anyway. $90 for the anti-reflective museum glass or whatever. So now with significantly less reflection and glare.
78% less glare. Beautiful. $80. What else do people complain about? I think you could have fixed other things for less. Kurt has more glare than ever. Correct. He took all the glare from that. Actually, he didn't replace the glass at all. He just took all the glare and is keeping it for himself, using it on us.
Nick, you got Kurt all wrong. Never trust a skinny chef. His food may cause cancer, but I bet there's an orgasm in every bite.
You know what? There may be the remnants of an orgasm in every bite. Jadix says, "Holy shit, Uncivil looks like Big Van Vader from WWF WCW. Just needs the mask." I'm not that versed in wrestling.
Get myself a dog. Yeah, it's time to go looking for a dog again. We need to find ourselves an apartment-friendly dog.
Looking for a dog again.
Something in a medium to medium largest size, maybe. I don't want like a small. I don't want a really small dog. Something in a medium. Something like a terrier, maybe, or a beagle.
Yeah, you can wash it with your broom every time it gets dirty.
Something along that size. And probably no bigger than a golden retriever. Probably something smaller than that. Something in that range. Beagles aren't apartment friendly. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, well, something in that sort of ballpark of size, at least. So we need something between a beagle and golden retriever. Maybe like a smaller retriever, like a retriever poodle mix or something. So you get something on the smaller side. I explain things like your son did, or your grandfather. That's nice. Thank you. Can we smell my chicken dish? No, not yet. It's still heating up and pressurizing. A mini doodle? Yeah. Mini doodle. Yeah. That sounds good. Don't get a doodle? Okay, well, no doodle then.
No doodle. No doodle.
Don't get a dog.
There's no right answer, Kurt. There's 0 right answers. Don't get a dog. Don't get a dog unless you get it from a prescription.
Until I feel better. I don't know. I've been suffering from depression for quite a long time. So if we're waiting for the
44 years and 9 months.
depression to completely go away, I'll never get a pet. So, okay, but thank you. Get a shelter dog? Yeah, maybe. I go to shelter and see if there's something I like.
My mustache is itches.
Mini doodle is about 50 pounds. That sounds promising. We'll need some way to, like, you know.
Going back to earlier, you just need to shout. You'll feel better if you shout. Just shout right along with it.
Deal with poos and stuff.
Judge Maddie, and this is said with like this is an unironic, non-joking, non-mean comment about it. You said, honestly, a rescue dog would be so great for him. Nurturing something gets you out of your own head for a bit. I question with boldness and with genuineness his ability to empathize in general. And I worry that he wouldn't be the proper nurturer. I agree with you that nurturing something can give you like purpose, and it can help, it can help focus and direct people, and it can teach something. I, because of where he is up here, I don't know that he has the capacity to empathize to the point of having a dog. And that's not a criticism of Kurt, and that's not unique to him either. Like, for example, would not be like, as a solo person, I would not be a good dog owner. I wouldn't want one either, but I wouldn't be a good dog owner. It's not my thing. I can, we have a dog and I help take care of it, but I help take care of it because my wife and my kids like the dog. So like, you take care of the dog, like that's what you do. But like, if I was alone, I wouldn't have a dog because I don't have the capacity to like, nurture a dog at that level. I don't want to have it. I don't think he does either. And that's not like meant as an insult or anything. I think that, to me, I'm just, that's a recognition of a personality that I just don't think can do it.
Is Pet Finder still going? I don't know. You're miserable, get over it. Oh, so you just want to be banned. I see.
Pig Degenerate Gaming says, what's with the injection spot, brother? It's obviously where I do a whole bunch of heroin.
Okay, well, it was nice while it lasted. Thank you for coming. Don't come back. See, this is what not to do, chat. This would be a good example of what not to do. Just feeding negativity over and over and over again. This would be an example of what's not helpful. Just being completely negative and just being, That's an example of not helping.
Wait, he banned someone? How did I was focused on the other thing.
Coming, don't come back. You just want to be banned. Is Pet Finder still going? I don't know. You're miserable, get over it. Oh, so you just want to be banned. I see.
That's it? That gets the person banned, a paying member banned? Holy shit.
Okay, well, it was nice while it lasted. Thank you for coming. Don't come back. See, this is what not to do, chat. This would be a good example of what not to do. Just feeding negativity over and over and over again. This would be an example of what's not helpful. Just being completely negative and just being, that's an example of not helpful. Don't do that.
It's fucking amazing. You're miserable. Get over it. Some people need to be told to get over stuff. There are certain, first of all, there are certain advice givers and there are certain advice needers that it's better to just directly say, hey, knock that shit off. Get over it. Sometimes that's what people need.
The block button can, in fact, be a wonderful thing. That's true.
Fun fact, content creators cannot block someone while they're on their own channel. You have to encounter the person in a different, to just block them. You have to ban them if you're on your own channel. But if you're in a different chat, you could block someone. And then I don't know what happens if they come to your channel. Because as the channel creator or as a moderator team, you technically you can't block someone because you have to be able to see what they're typing in chat to do the moderation. So it's like this weird conundrum.
I don't think chat rules like don't be insulting and be a positive contributor are too much to ask for. They are in the standard chat rules.
Be positive.
Be a positive contributor.
No negativity.
Don't do personal insults. I don't think that's too much to ask for.
Depends on the streamer.
It's only 10 in the morning, so at least I'll have something for lunch later. It's one of the reasons I wanted to do this, obviously, now, so that I have something for lunch later. So, yeah.
What? Why would you cook it now? Why wouldn't you just cook it later when it's time for lunch?
Chicken is going well. Well, it's better now that I banned Tilly. That improved my day.
It's just Tilly? Just
a little bit. So that was nice. Am I serving the chicken with anything else? No, just serve it on rice, jasmine rice. Did I miss the car update? Car has been repaired. I've had it back.
Tilly was who he was yelling at the very beginning. Pig Degenerate Gaming says, I meant that from a point of genuine concern, brother. I followed you since the victory. Yeah, I get it. It's either a mosquito bite or a pimple or both that is slowly healing. I don't know. It's not an injection site. I can't do anything. I literally, if I do any drugs or drinking, I will go to prison. So that's That's the thing. So it's not an injection site. You don't have to worry about me. I'm completely clean. I think it's like 107 days now. April 15th was the last time I did anything, and that was just liquor. So that's it. But yeah, I don't mind the concern. I just like it. If I were injecting stuff, then I go to prison, and if I were injecting stuff, then I should go to prison. So,
back for quite a long time. I'm deciding whether or not to fight my insurance company over $40.
We only have positive comments on this channel. You can just try being positive next time.
I'm trying to decide whether or not this is a good idea. You guys let me know what you think. Is this a good idea or a bad idea? All right, so part of my insurance I pay for.
Narcosa says that has been there like a week. Yeah, I know. I said it's healing slowly. Part of the problem is I pick at things like that. I just do. And so then it takes them longer to heal. It's a bad habit. Don't do it.
Pay for rental car replacement. I pay for $750 worth of rental car replacement. The rules allow me to use rideshare services, so I don't have to actually get a rental. Basically, the rules are such that as long as it's substitute transportation, right? So, let me answer this super chat first because it was nice, $20. When I talked about Rakita sentencing, you mentioned they couldn't stop him from YouTube as part of the plea because of First Amendment. They're taking away Second Amendment. What's the difference? Well, there probably shouldn't be a difference in principle, and that issue is being fought through the courts.
Hey, I mentioned, I'm so happy. The difference is that it involves guns, and guns, the Second Amendment is actually more clear. The First Amendment says Congress shall make no law. The Second Amendment says the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Not Congress shall make no law. No one shall infringe it. The government cannot infringe the law. But so obviously that means they infringe it more frequently than any other amendment.
As we speak about whether or not there should be a difference. So, like, what is the difference? Yeah, that's a good question. That's a very good question. The answer to your question is that, up until Heller, basically no one respected the Second Amendment, like, at all.
So this is, this is one of the, I'm not convicted. I'm not a convicted felon. When you make a plea agreement that I had, you get a stay of adjudication, and the judge does not accept your guilty plea. They enter it into the record in case they need to accept it or use it as evidence later for actually convicting you and applying a sentence if you screw up your probation. But so I'm not convicted felon. So once my probation is done, I can't have guns as a term of my probation. But after that, I should be able to have guns, no problem. Because I'm not surrendering my rights, since I'm not convicted of a felony, and my felony charge will be dismissed at the end of my probation. All right, unless of course I screw up. Okay, but if that were not the case, if I were convicted and sentenced to the 21 months of prison, I went and served, whatever that would be. It'd be like 16 months or whatever. With good behavior, non-bad behavior, I should say. So if I had done that and was a felon, this is one of the things that Amy Coney Barrett talked about. The question is, why is this person prohibited from owning guns for the rest of their life? And it's a good fucking question when you really get down to it, because the Second Amendment doesn't say shall not be infringed unless they commit a crime. And so there is a logical nexus between forfeiting a right that is associated with the crime. In my case, it's a non-violent felony with no victim. The crime I was accused of was having possession of a gun in the presence of drugs. That was dropped. That would have been a hard case for them to win. Or a hard charge for them to win, because they could not at any point show evidence that a gun was in the possession of any particular person while drugs were present. They would have to say it was like constructive possession. but the gun was in a box under the bed. It wasn't out. And there's no ammo around it or anything like that. No ammo for that gun. There was ammo for different types of guns that were locked in a different part of the house. But so the closest they would get would be the gun under the bed in the bedroom. But they have problems with that, especially for me, because I wasn't home when I was arrested. So I know there's the vial of cocaine on the nightstand, right, in the bedroom. So that would presumably be, maybe, like, that's their best argument, that would be in proximity to the gun. But when you get down to it, I wasn't home. They would have to prove that that was my vial of cocaine on the nightstand. Now, I claimed responsibility for all of the, it was all mine, right? Like, everything was mine. But they would have to prove, like, had that not happened, they would have to prove that that vial was mine and that it wasn't anyone else in the home who put it there while I was gone, or like that I had to have knowledge that it was there and what was in it. It's kind of hard to charge. We could have gotten into a whole fight about whether or not I was in possession of any of the drugs because I wasn't home. Like that would have been an angle to try and make a defense of the criminal act. Again, I've admitted to all of it, so it doesn't matter at this point. But that would have strategically been one of the ways you could try and attack it. Like, he's not home. How's he in possession? Say, well, it is his home and the stuff's in there. It's like, but how long's he been gone? They would have to prove that I was there proximate to the cocaine. But when they grab me on the side of the road, I'm on a road. They don't know if I've been in my house ever. They would have to establish that. And so it becomes kind of a difficult question. But they ended up dropping the gun charge. So in this world where I'm in, there's just a possession charge. So what about a possession charge justifies the forfeiture of your Second Amendment rights? You can maybe say, like, an assault charge would justify for the forfeiture of a Second Amendment right because it's violent. There's a victim. You have a propensity to cause harm. Maybe. I'm not agreeing with all these points. I'm just saying, like, you can at least kind of get there. But with possession, you got to go, why does a person charged with possession have anything to do with that? Or what about another nonviolent felony? Like, maybe they steal something out of a car. Oh, sorry, you can't have a gun for the rest of your life. What's the logical nexus between the gun and the criminal act? Why is there a forfeiture of the right? Why is the right surrendered here? The right's not abused in some way, and the right's not used in a criminal act. So what is it? Typically, we only restrict rights, like, for an extended period of time if they're part of the criminal act itself. Like, if you're using your speech to bully someone, for example, and you commit criminal acts with your speech, you might get a long-term suppression of your speech, a reduction of the amount, not all of it, but a specific and narrowly tailored reduction in the amount. Like, say, for example, you might get a restraining order placed upon you by the state that says that you can't contact or mention or threaten someone for years after your conviction. Well, that's an abridgment of your First Amendment right to speech, but you forfeited that right by using speech to violate the law and the rights of another. So that makes sense again. But yeah, the forfeiture of Second Amendment rights for quote unquote felons as a class of people is kind of wild. It doesn't make any sense, but it's guns.
And since then, we've had Heller, McDonald, and Bruin. And we've had these three cases in the last, how long has it been now? 10 years, whatever. And so the
Heller was 2008, McDonald was 2010, and then Bruin was 2021 or 2022.
There just isn't enough case law taking it seriously. Wherein for the First Amendment, the Supreme Court takes like 5 First Amendment cases every single year, and they've been taking 5 First Amendment cases every single year since they discovered the First Amendment existed sometime in the late 1930s. So we've got 80 or 90 years worth of case law on the First Amendment, whereas not so much on the Second Amendment. But thank you for your question. Anyways, back to my story about the insurance. Okay. So I have insurance. I pay for many things. One of the things I pay for as part of my insurance is up to $750 in replacement transportation. That can be a rental car. It can be rideshare services. It can be...
Redneck Hipster says, miss me with that bullshit. No victim, no crime. It was quite a thing. It was quite a thing having the prosecutor put in writing to the judge that my crime does not have a victim. It is not a victim crime. That was as a thing where you just go, then what are we doing here? Like logically, liberty wise, there's no victim. How, like, what is the criminal act if there's no victim? What are we talking about?
Whatever, like basically, okay. So anyways, I accumulated $180 or something worth of rideshare services, you know, which is obviously well below $750. I have $750 allowance, and I accumulated like $180 worth of rideshare services. It's like, okay. So like I sent them the bill, as I do, and they're like, okay, we're only going to pay for like 140 of it. We're not going to pay for like the airport fee. We're not going to pay for, then we're not going to pay for these like these particular kind of fees.
Okay. What is this?
All right, okay. So I emailed my insurance company back and I said, can you send me a copy of the policy reflecting this decision? And so they sent me back one page of my policy, and the page in pertinent detail says that they will pay quote unquote reasonable fees without further explanation.
Yeah.
Right? It's just reasonable.
Yes.
And so I sent them back an email and said, okay, well, the policy you sent me says you will pay reasonable fees, but it does not appear to provide for categorical exclusion of the type of fees that you highlighted. Can you explain? So they sent me back an email and said, well, reasonable isn't our judgment, and we don't deem these fees to be reasonable. And I'm like, I don't think so. The policy is a contract. The contract provides the term.
Did you negotiate the terms? You're a lawyer. Did you negotiate the terms? I'm sorry, but when you sign the contract that's presented, especially as a learned party like a lawyer who would be adept at reading all of the legal language, you have the opportunity to negotiate the terms. Now, if you lined it out and wrote something else, they would probably say, no, we're not accepting this and we're not issuing you a policy. Thank you, sir. Have a nice day. But did you try? Because the terms are negotiable.
You wrote the contract, incidentally, which is against you. So this is a contract of adhesion because it's non-negotiable.
That's not true. You don't get to just say it's non-negotiable. Why is it non-negotiable? Why can't you negotiate it? You think you can't negotiate an insurance contract? I mean, they'll say no, but you can definitely negotiate it. Here, tell them you'll give them $5 million if they take that, if they clarify the reasonableness provision. See, I will give you $5 million cash if you clarify reasonable fees for my contract. They'll probably do it, which means it's negotiable. You maybe can't afford it. It maybe not make sense to afford it. You don't just because someone will say no to the proposed changes to the terms doesn't mean it's an adhesion contract that's non-negotiable.
Contracts are interpreted against the person who wrote them. So if you have ambiguity in a contract, the ambiguity is read against the person who wrote it. And that's particularly true in a contract of adhesion. So I'm like, So I'm like, first of all, it doesn't say in the contract that it's your judgment. It doesn't say that. It just says reasonable. And, you don't get to be the sole judge of what is and is not reasonable. And therefore,
why not? Kurt's like arguing with an insurance agent about law over the phone. This is amazing.
I think you're wrong. But I haven't said this part yet.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm thinking about what I want to do here. So, how do I protest this? So I could write a letter.
Yeah, or you could sue him. Sue him for breach. Say these fees are reasonable.
So step one of it would be for me to write a letter to, the official address, which is in the policy. If you want to protest this, or if you want to basically, challenge this, you write a letter. So I could just write a letter to the insurance company and basically lay all this out and see if they give me my $40. And if not, then I could appeal it. And if they deny me that, I could write to the insurance commissioner, and then I could theoretically sue them, and so forth and so on. And incidentally, by the way, I might be entitled to attorney's fees if I sue them under.
Please do it. Please do it. Let's see how you fare. Challenging the reasonableness provision of fees, in which an agent on the phone said, or in an email or whatever, said, we are the sole determiner of what reasonable fees are. Okay. Well, I mean, they are. You can argue against it. You can, if you determine if you believe the fees are reasonable, you could certainly take them to court for breach. Go ahead. See how that goes.
Operative law. So I might also be entitled to attorney's fees, which would be a bitch. So I'm trying to decide how much do I want to fight them over $40.
Not at all, because you'll lose dramatically.
Is it worth it upsetting my insurance company? On the other hand, to their credit, the same insurance company previously covered.
This is law school, Kurt. I figured this out. I was talking to someone, and I was talking about Kurt, and I was like, hey, so like, I think it was Rosalind earlier today. Maybe not. I don't know. I can't remember where I had this conversation now. But anyway, I came to the, realizing again that Kurt has never practiced law. And that's not a slight. Lots of attorneys don't practice law. It doesn't mean whatever. I only say that to say that there's always this thing about Kurt where he's always academic about it. And it's because Kurt's always in law school. He's still there. The practical aspect of this that involves people and people disagreeing with you and people just flat out saying that you're wrong or what you did was insufficient or that someone did it better. He's not familiar with this concept, right? Where there's another similarly qualified person across the table who comes back at you after you say your thing. Kurt's in law school mode where he's like, oh, look, I'm going to objectively analyze both sides. That's why he's good at talking about constitutional law in the way he does. It's a strength in that field. It's a weakness in others. Here he's like, yeah, $40. Yeah, I can see my insurance company. Yeah, attorney's fees are in there. Probably going to win that. Like, it's not that simple. It is not that simple. You might win attorney's fees. I don't know. Is there a specific civil statute that guarantees attorney's fees in this cause of action? Maybe the case law supports it. Not sure. It's a genuine question. You probably want to research it and make sure that attorney's fees are mandated and not permissive, because they might be permissive. But also, like, it's like, well, it's reasonableness, and reasonableness can't solely be determined by one party. Says who? It's you're contracting with them. They're saying that it's reasonable fees and that they're the sole determiner of reasonableness. This is in tons of contracts. by the way, like lease agreements and stuff like that. Reasonable damages. We determine what reasonable damages are. We're the ones who determine the figure. And there's always a way to combat it, but it's usually not worth it. It's usually too expensive to do that. And here he's talking about $40. Yeah, you're not going to win attorney's fees against an insurance company for $40 because they have a blanket policy of not paying these fees as they're presumptively unreasonable. The thing is, if you present the fees and show them why they're reasonable, you might actually win.
A very significant repair to my car. It should be, how much do they want to fight you over? $40? Yeah. Yeah. When they previously repaired my car, they paid almost the value of the car, if not more. I damaged the rear quarter panel by running into a bollard, those poles, that you see sometimes, like the yellow.
Do that.
Like cement or the poles to prevent your car from driving into, yeah. So I accidentally sideswiped one of those and I damaged my quarter panel. And apparently that repair was like $8,000, which seemed absurd to me. But that's what they paid out.
It's not absurd if you understand how cars and car repairs work. Because if you only damage the one panel at $8,000 doesn't make sense. There's more damage there than he's talking about. What they have to do sometimes is replace multiple panels, because like if the damage goes from one piece to another piece, they have to replace both those pieces. And so then it takes a ton more labor and another part. They also have to match the paint. Sometimes, and this might have been the really expensive thing, if you have to paint half the car, you're talking a couple grand, like just right out the gate. And they have to paint the new piece that they get. They also have to paint the pieces next to them sometimes to get the colors to match just right. So it's like it's not weird that damaging the 3/4 panel on your car in the way that you described it, which we have no information about. Plus, if they have to swap out like a light fixture on a modern car, like some of these light fixtures themselves, like the headlight fixture with the headlight, if you have to replace the whole apparatus, it's like $2,000, $3,000 sometimes for one of these things, depending on the car. So the same thing if he backed into something and busted out his taillight and like bent up the fixture or ripped up some of the electronics. I mean, that alone could be a couple grand. This just doesn't.
And they paid it out, even though that's kind of like the value of the car. And also,
oh shit! He just said his car was worth $8,000. Never mind anything I said.
So they paid for this repair. That was needed without without a problem. So I'm trying to decide how much do I want to fight them over $40. Do I want to piss off my insurance company for $40? So I'm debating it. I don't have to make that decision today.
Yes, you do.
The pole did, in fact, jump out right in front of me. It is true. It did, in fact.
Behind you.
It did, in fact, jump out right in front of me, yes. Yeah. I mean, I've already won, this race. They've paid out to me more than I've ever paid them, and probably will ever pay them. So I've won. Right? I've already won. It's like they're going to raise my rates. Not enough for them to win this battle. They're not enough for them to win. They're not going to raise my rates enough.
I don't even know how much my insurance is. But I can't imagine not.
I turned into the wrong drunk.
Like over the years paying $8,000 to my insurance company, like definitely have done that. I don't know. But I have 3 cars, right? So I'm who knows. SC Medic 71 says Kurt is thinking academically, not adversarially or practically. Correct.
Driveway and ran into a tree I don't have. Nice. Yeah, probably not worth my time and effort. Just take it and take it and run.
Definitely $40.
Car insurance must be cheap in Texas. I mean, it was $8,000 payout for the last thing. Plus, they just paid out $1,000. They've paid me $9,000.
Yeah. Kurt over here discovering how distributed risk works. Where some people it turns out great, and other people like, oh, you're coming up aces. You beat the insurance company. Other people don't. But it's distributed risk. That's the whole thing. Your communistic risk system has functioned properly. Way to go. He's like, man, I won. I beat them by crashing my fucking car twice.
I don't think I've ever paid them $9,000. So I've won.
What's your premium? Is he doing the math in his head? Yeah, I mean, like if I go in, I buy insurance and I pay the first month's premium and it's $100, and then I total my car and they have to pay out 40 grand or whatever, right then I win too. Awesome.
I forget what I pay on my policy. I'd have to check what it is, but
Muskrat Dove says uncivil law is a tiresome dweeb, such low-hanging fruit for Ricada. I don't know if he's low-hanging, but fruit is accurate. Thank you for your loss.
We might have broken even between us. Yeah, it's probably not worth the fight. Yeah, for $40. Yeah.
Socially awkward human. I don't know what I pay either. It's auto deducted. It just happened.
Should we see if we can get ourselves a dog friend? Should we go on Pet Finder and see what we've got? Let's.
No,
I'm hearing hissing noises. Hissing noises are happening from the Steam thing. Steam is coming out. Steam is happening. Let's check on the food. Steam is happening.
No. Steam is happening. Why do you need to check on the food? Did you forget to close? You forgot to close the Instapot, didn't you?
Does it smell good? It smells pretty good. Can you see that? Yeah.
Why is Steam coming out of the Instapot? Not since the Boston Marathon have I seen an Instapot so misused.
Any veggie smells? A lot of veggie smells.
Is it just bashing it? Just show us your ape swinging arms at the fucking Instapot. What was that? What are you doing? I think he's trying to close it. It's like the 8-bit sound of failure. Every time he tries and fails to close it. This is your life. If you're ever like incapacitated or quadriplegic or whatever, you just want to put headphones on with that sound playing over and over and over and over again. Why is he opening this? If it's an Instapot, if he's it builds up pressure by keeping the seam in. What the fuck is he doing? He needs 2 hands. Guys, he needs 2 hands to work the Instapot. He can't do it with just one.
Come on, baby. Seal, you bitch.
Don't use your bedroom voice with me, Kurt. Come on, baby. Seal, bitch. Amazing.
Why did he open it? What happened?
Does he not know how these things work? He set it for 30 minutes. It has to come up to temperature. The steam has to increase the pressure inside the pot, and then it pushes, like the pressure pushes up on like a ball bearing, basically. It's a ball valve, and it closes the ball valve in the steam vent, and so then steam can no longer escape. So once there's sufficient amounts of steam being generated inside the pot and escaping out, it will generate enough pressure to push the ball up into the valve and block it off. And then it cooks. It has to stay there. Once it's steaming, you don't open it. You don't open it until it's done and the steam pressure is released. Either you release it manually or you let it calm down as it cools a little bit.
Is that like a ball gag? Yes. No difference. Ball gag is in my mouth.
Come on, seal, you bitch. Seal.
Imagine if this Instapot could actually have feelings and hear stuff. He's just the worst employee. He's so broken and beaten down by its overbearing boss that it can't even seal anymore. So it can't do its job at all. But it can't leave. It can't leave. It really needs the paycheck and there's no other job opportunities. So it just sits there in failure and has to listen to itself be berated by this ogre every single day.
Why won't you be positive? You bitch.
Ah. It's dancing. It's dancing.
But he's dancing with another man. I should have bought you flowers.
Seal. Seal. Come on, baby. Seal for me.
It sounds like a fucking dryer with a pair of tennis shoes in it.
Hey! Yay! Yay! It's sealed. Excellent. All right, let's go find it. Let's go find a pet friend. Let's go find a pet friend.
Oh no, no.
All right, what are we doing? Pet Finder? Let's go to Pet Finder. Is Pet Finder still a thing? Yes, it is. Let's find a dog. Let us find a dog friend for uncivil. Let's find a dog friend for you and me. Let's find a dog friend for uncivil. Let's find a dog friend. All right, let's see.
What was that song? Guys, he's dog shopping on a whim from a comment in the chat. Some chatter's like, you should get a dog. He's like, you know what? I'm going to fucking go look at Pet Finder right now. No. This is how he shops. This is how he shops for bratwurst. It seems.
Let's see. Karen.
Let's find a dog friend for you and me.
Behavior. House trained, please. That'd be great. Shelter rescue. I don't care. All right. What breed do we find best match? Okay, let's find a best match.
What breed do we want? Do they come in women ages maybe 16 to 35?
Find the perfect match. Tell us
Breed? Don't mind if I do.
about what you'd like. I'd like to adopt a dog. I'm looking to adopt for me. I am a first-time pet owner. I currently have no dogs or cats. My home has no yard and an outdoor area. There are technically dog restrictions, but
Just technically, though. Darren Bennett says, "Why is Kurt a lawyer asking his chat for advice?" Because he's a catastrophe. Squadron Leader Smith, thanks for the super chat. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I don't. Pit Bull Terrier. Let's probably no bulldogs.
I'm just petting him.
Well, let's just say no restrictions and see what we get. And or 60 pounds. Now let's see about my preference of a dog. My ideal dog is, I'd say, probably a young dog. Well, I'll say no preference.
Of course, it's a young dog, right? Unless it's out of state. If you're a dog from out of state and you're under 18, don't message me. But if you're in state, I prefer a young dog. Holy fuck.
I'd like to adopt. Do I want a male dog or a female dog? Do I care?
I'll take a bitch.
Do I want a female dog?
Yes, you do. Seal up, you bitch. Seal, you fucking bitch.
Do I care? I don't know. Should I care?
Have chat.
Anybody? Bueller?
The best
Bueller?
idea. If chat doesn't say, get a bitch, you bastard, I'm going to be pissed.
Go with female? Okay. I prefer a dog that is
compliant, loyal, supportive.
Well, I'll say no size preference. My dog activity level
I have a size preference. Smaller.
should be, let's say, laid back. My dog must be house trained would be nice.
We're going to find out he's actually on eHarmony in a little bit.
I am not open to adopting a dog with special needs. A breed I really like, I don't care.
Races?
All done. Let's see what we got. Oh, I have to sign into an account just to see what kind of dog.
Can you get a Downs dog? That'd be... Oh my God.
Dog is a match for me? Oh, that's bullshit.
Wait, what?
Account just to see what kind of dog is a match for me? Oh, that's bullshit.
Oh, he doesn't want to make an account. Okay. I thought it just said there was no dog that's a match for me, and that would have been funnier.
I don't want to create an account just to see what kind of dog matches with me, man. That's not cool.
I would have.
I guess I'll continue with Google, and then I'll get 8,000 spams. Fuck. I don't want marketing messages. I'm not agreeing to this. Yes, I agree to receive email marketing messages. No, I don't. Fuck you. I'm absolutely not
uncheck the box. Just uncheck the box.
receiving your fucking emails. Fuck you. I'm not signing up for your fucking account.
Why just uncheck the box? What is he so mad about? Like, fuck you. I'm not signing up your fucking account, you fucking thing, fucking emails. Holy shit.
Fuck off. That was a waste of time.
Thank God. Thank God it was a waste of time. Otherwise, he'd have a dog by now. He'd have one. Pet Finder just saved a dog from Kurt.
Let's see what the American Kennel Society says.
Yeah. AKC, they know everything.
All right, how trainable do I want my dog to be?
Very trainable. Maximum.
Trainable, easily trainable, or highly trainable would be nice. How energetic would I like it to be?
Not very, because I'm depressed.
Low or moderate energy, probably. How much coat shedding would I like? Preferably not.
That's the only reasonable answer so far.
How frequently do you care for dog grooming? Monthly or twice a month, I think would be fine. How much?
Twice a month with dog grooming? Okay, you're getting a long hair, motherfucker.
Barking would I like? Infrequent or quiet most of the time would be nice. What size dog do I want? Medium or large would be nice.
At least you picked the right size.
More about me. Have I owned a dog? No. Do I have children? No. Do I have other animals? No. What's my apartment? How much time can I spend with the dog? Lots. What's my activity?
All. I don't leave.
Level. Mostly hangs out on the couch. Do I want a lower allergen dog? That'd be nice. I'll say no preference for now.
Am I a serial killer? Maybe. Oh, Rita. Dios mío. I can't with this guy. It's so fucking amazing. Everything he says is so perfect.
All right, let's see what we got. Just the results, please. All right. Briard. This sheep-looking dog. What the fuck is this? Got this sheep-looking.
You picked grooming 2 times a month. Oh no, that sounds fine. You're getting along here, bro. Why would you do this? You gonna fucking take this thing into the groomers all the time? Really? You want to do that? Why are you setting yourself up for failure? You've never had a dog. You've never had a dog before. Maybe think before you get one.
Okay, apparently that's my top match.
His top match is only 79%, which incidentally is 78% higher than his top match on Tinder. Squadron Leader Smith says the dog will swipe left. That's fucking brutal.
What else does it recommend? Rottweiler. That's probably not permitted. Bulldog, also probably not permitted. Rhodesian Ridgeback, absolutely not.
Rhodesian. He doesn't like Rhodesia? Oh my God, what a fucking bigot. Absolutely not. Why not? Not like, first of all, 29% match. Those are more his speed. What's wrong? Why is he? There's a lot of nipples on this dog. That's my main criticism. But why is he like, absolutely not? I want to know the logic of saying absolutely not with the Rhodesian Ridgeback. Dignified, affectionate, even-tempered. He's like, no. Fucking no. It looks like a low shedding dog. There's no, like, you wouldn't have to groom this dog. You could, you get a bristle brush and like brush it out, of course, but like you don't have to do anything crazy. Probably doesn't shed much. Low allergen. It's a super short hair. It's a good dog. What's wrong with him?
Chow chow. No, all these dogs suck. I don't like any of these.
I don't even like dogs, and I'm like, some of these dogs are cool. This dog looks like a fucking sausage that's deflated. I love these things.
These options.
Change your grooming option to way less frequent. Like, what are you doing? He picks a Russell Terrier. Yeah, Jack Russell, like Frazier.
A lab?
Yeah, get a lab. There you go.
Go to a shelter or I'll find a dog? Okay.
And after you go to a shelter and find a dog, go to a different shelter and find a wife or husband, as it were, if you will.
Better be ready for brush and groom.
I legitimately think a cat is better suited. Like a cat that can say fuck off back to Kurt. Like that's what he needs.
Aw, there's some nice looking dogs. Aw, these are cute looking dogs that are available in the shelter apparently. Aw.
Aw. Okay. This is a good boy down here. I like his face. He's cracking me up already. This dog's named Vermicelli. Kurt. Wait, we've got an avocado too. But that's a male, and Kurt wanted a bitch. If you don't buy a vermicelli dog, Kurt, you're wrong. I don't know what to do with you. That dog's made for you.
Avocado? That's cool. Avocado the dog? Tell me about Avocado the dog.
He picks a food dog. 2 years old, young. Well, it's a little old. It's a mixed retriever. Oh, he's cute.
Do I have a girlfriend? Oh, I do not. Why?
Oh, God, are there any funny icons? So he's playing Celeste. That game's fun. That game's fucking hard. He's got malware bites. What else do you have here? AMD Ryzen Masters. He's using DaVinci. I think DaVinci is like the free software or the video editor. It's not a commentary on it. It's just a note. Chicken Invaders. What else is he doing? Stream Deck. Got Zoom. What do we have here? Is this Minecraft? What's this heart? I feel like I've seen this before. Does anybody know what that is? Who's this guy? Fuck, I can't like clean this up anymore. Is that Uconnect? What is the Heart is a Health app? I don't know. Damn. I feel like I've seen that before. iHeartRadio, maybe? Cherokee Girl says, how do you not like dogs? How? How is it even possible? God's best creatures. I should rephrase that. I don't dislike dogs. I dislike owning dogs because I like to travel and I just don't want a dog around all the time. But I don't think anybody else should like feel the same. It's not for me. Like if I was alone, I wouldn't want one. too much work. I don't want that.
Girlfriend? Oh, I do not. Why?
Why are you interested? I love that he fucking drops the phone right. That was good. He gets the girlfriend question. Drops the phone immediately.
That dog looks friendly. 11 pounds, 2 years old. Retriever, mixed breed. Oh, that looks nice.
Oh.
They'll all say retriever mix, really? All of them will? Do you want me to find one that doesn't say retriever mix?
Yes, Kurt, they're being literal. Get mad at him. Ban him. Ban him, you bitch. Ban him, I dare you. You won't do it, you coward.
Or do you want to take back your universal declarative?
Listen to him. Yeah, they're all going to say retriever mix. Oh, will they? Will all of them? Really? You want me to find one? You fucking loser. Can you? Holy shit. God, you see that? Oh, wow. Hold on. I need Windows app with a red heart icon. No. It's not an emoji. What program on Windows? I want to know what that was. Has a red heart or an icon. Bloom? Is it the Bloom app? The program on Windows with a red heart icon that is commonly referred to as the Bloom app, which is associated with the new MSN or Microsoft Start application. It's not an official Windows program, but it often appears as a background processor shortcut. I don't know. I don't know if that's it. It looked like a pixelated heart. I have no idea. It's literally a gay sex app. Probably. Hold on, we gotta go. I gotta back this up for a second.
They'll all say retriever mix, really? All of them will? Do you want me to find one that doesn't say retriever mix? Or do you want to take back your universal declarative?
Watch this. The level of fucking disdain he has for what just happened is off the charts. It is off the charts. Undertale. That's why I've seen it. Yeah, Undertale. The Undertale icon. Hold on. Undertale icon. Yep, it's Undertale. Thank you. My kids used to be way into Undertale several years ago. Wow, he's so fucking angry. How does this guy get through an hour Like legitimately, how do you live your life like with this much just absolute frustration that no one around you seems to understand that you're right? Constantly, they're just like, can't believe I'm surrounded by idiots. Everybody around me is so stupid. They just don't get it. No one gets it. Why? Maybe it's you.
Not what I meant. I can only base on what you said.
What they probably meant was any retriever dog of any kind at a shelter is probably not a purebred retriever. It's probably a retriever mix. That's what they were probably saying. Not that if you pull up like a pit bull, it's going to say retriever mix. It's just that any retriever type dog that you see is going to be a retriever mix because it's a shelter. And like, they're less likely to find purebreds in there. That's my guess. That's my stab at their intentions. Again, these are your supporters, Kurt. These are the people who pay you. This is members content. What are you doing yelling at them? Tay Marie, Nick, imagine if you got mad every time someone said shit to you in chat or on X, or how often he said shit about your case, which pissed me off. Yeah, no. What you don't understand, Tay Marie, is I'm always angry.
I'm fucking fuck off, failsafe. Fuck off.
That's two. That's two this stream. 2 bullseyes. Fucking banned another. Fuck off, failsafe. Fuck off. I'm looking for dogs here.
Welcome to the Pet Finder community. I don't want to be part of the Pet Finder community.
Oh, you're in.
I didn't agree to your terms of service. Unsubscribe. Fuck off.
Oh, God, guys, he didn't agree and he still got the emails. That's even funnier. He's like, I don't want your fucking emails. Like, I didn't sign up for this. Welcome to the Pet Finder community. What if the person he banned earlier kept watching and then went and signed him up for Pet Finder with the email address that they knew he had? Like, what if they did that? He's gonna get him anyway. What if that happened instead? God, that would be so fucking funny. I'm a ton of fun. I'm a fun guy.
Think on it for a few days? Okay.
Oh, sensible advice. Why don't you ban them too?
What the fuck is this?
Also, perhaps in a grandest stroke of irony, he similarly instantly and easily solved the problem that made him rage quit a website. He's on Pet Finder. He's like, I don't want your fucking marketing emails. He doesn't sign up. I didn't agree to this. I don't agree to your terms. Backs out. Gets the email anyway. And he's like, unsubscribe. I don't want your emails. You could have done that immediately. You could have done that without any effort at all. The exact same amount of trying. But you could have been finding a pet much earlier.
What's this?
What is this? Dog will be a woman soon.
Oh. This is some bullshit I forgot to cancel. that I just got billed for.
Wait, did he fail at not signing up so hard that he got billed for it? That's even funnier. Not only did he get the emails, he got an invoice. Holy shit. He's really bad at this. He billed for something else.
Cancel that subscription. Cancel that subscription.
How many do you have to cancel now?
Fuck off and die. Okay, great. That's $50 I'll never see back. That's annoying.
Dispute it. Dispute it with your credit card company. This is fucking unreal. This is so unreal. You're a lawyer. Just dispute it. If you didn't want it, if you didn't order it. Wait a minute. 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 I got a feeling about something. What date was this? April 26, 2025. Hold on. Let me cook. Oh, rats. Man, I was hoping. Man, I was hoping. What the hell? I thought maybe Kurt's like annual subscription to my channel on locals would have gone through, and that he can't. That would have been so fucking funny. That would have been so fucking funny. But he canceled on August 29th of last year. So, man, that would have been perfection. It's too close. It's too close to the sun.
The way Kurt cheered for the Instapot ceiling was the worst sad clown impression I have heard in a long time.
Oh God, you can only hope for so much. August 29th. I'm trying to think of this. So Kurt kind of like had his turn after that. Okay, so this tracks. All right. So April and Lady Rackets and I went to a tattoo convention in July of last year. And that was, I believe, the last time I spoke to Kurt. It was on the phone after that convention. And I talked to him for a long time. And so he would have then been charged the next month, which would have been August. And then he would have canceled shortly after being charged. So, yeah. So that's when it happened. That makes sense. Einstein says not everything is about you, Nick. I beg to differ. Evidence shows otherwise. Good question, Rose. Oh, Roslyn. How is he not rage quit? I don't know. Patty NH, welcome to Paralegal. Thank you. Tara Rayner says, can you stream the Zach Anderson trial? What is the Zach Anderson trial? You mean Zachariah Anderson, the trial that already happened? He was already sentenced? That one? Like the old one? AJ, to be clear, it was August of last year that he did it. Right, Kurt Instapot song. I'll start thinking about the prompt. I think we need one. Okay, hold on. Hey, Grok. Feeling creative. May delete later. I need you to help me compose or write lyrics for a song. This is very important to me. The song is about a man. The world and everyone in it is both against and beneath this man at all times and in all things. This is both in status and in physical stature. I need this song to be an inspirational song with a mid to late 80s vibe. La Survivor or Journey. This is a man who fends off his own demons and resents the struggle of daily life. The man is solitary, bald, and hit. Bald, but with tufts. And most importantly, his best and only companion is an Instapot that refuses to properly seal. Please write the song from his perspective as he proclaims his triumph and shouts invectives at his enemies. Instapot should be the focus of the bridge. Whoops. Instapots are electric pressure cookers, if you weren't aware. Let's see. All right, can you do this? Can you do this? All right, here we go. Yep, I want you to write these song lyrics. Come on, stop telling me what you're doing, Grok. You don't need to tell me. I know you can just do this without telling me. Okay. It thought for 7 seconds and it came up with it. Standing tall on this mountain of fools, world spinning round, but I'm breaking the rules. They look up at me, shadows in the dust, bald head shining, tufts like a crown of rust. How did it know? How did it know he was redheaded? Ah, perfect. Oh, God. Enemies swarm like ants at my feet, but I'm the giant. They can't take the heat. Daily grind tries to drag me down low. Demons whisper, but I tell them where to go. Oh, I'm rising up. Yeah, I'm claiming my throne. Rising up. I'm claiming my throne. Haters and fakers, leave me alone. You're beneath me, weaklings, you scum of the earth. I'll crush your dreams, show you what I'm worth. Triumph is mine in this solitary fight. No one's my equal. I'm king of the night. Hear me roar. Feel the fire in my soul. I'm unbreakable. Yeah, I'm in control. This is fucking great. Alone in the shadows, no one by my side, fending off darkness, nothing to hide. We're going to make this. I have a Suno subscription. This is getting made. With nothing to hide. Resent every sunrise. The battles I face, but I push through the pain. Keep up the pace. They plot and they scheme, but I'm steps ahead, towering over him, filling him with dread. Hostage angle activated. My spirit's a fortress, no crack in the wall. I'll stand forever. Watch the mighty fall. Then we got the chorus again. So fucking good. In the bridge, but in the quiet hours. When the world's far away, my faithful companion, you light up my day. Instapot, baby, you're my pressure queen. No, you did not do this. You're my pressure queen. Electric heart humming, cooking up my dreams. You refuse to seal, steam slipping through the crack. Frustrating my meals, but I keep coming back. You're the only one who gets me through thick and through thin. Together we'll boil over. Let the victory begin. I am fucking dead. I am done. And then it outros. I'm in control. Yeah, I'm in control. Like, oh my God. We're not making the song tonight though. I haven't used Suno yet, so I don't have time to make the song tonight. I gotta get to bed pretty soon. This costs $8 a month, and this is what you get. This is the funniest fucking thing on the planet. You know, like, this is gonna be good. Sometimes AI song lyrics get a little too wordy and the phrasing gets cramped. Like all the beach life you can handle. There are times where it's like the words don't flow just right. It gets a little cramped. This looks like this is gonna be pretty fucking sick. Instapot, baby, you're my pressure queen. Whoa, how did it do this? Okay. All right. Okay, we got to finish this video. I can't. I can't believe that this happened in this way. OnlyFans says, what style of music? 80s country dance. No. I told it like Survivor, who did the soundtrack to the Rocky movies, or Journey, like inspirational mid to late 80s pump up music, right? I heard Separate Ways earlier. I'm Like it's over. Sorry. Can we use his voice? I don't know. I don't know. Okay, here we go. We're gonna wrap up this video. I don't think we're gonna see his food. It's too bad. He's just not finishing the dish. His Instapot didn't seal. Like he's fucked. That dish is fucked.
Come to England? I haven't been to England in a while.
They don't want you there.
All right, maybe I'll go to the shelter and check out some shelter dogs. Maybe I'll do that. All right, guys, I think I'm going to go ahead and sign off for now. But thanks for hanging with me for a while.
You're welcome.
Blackpool, I've heard of Blackpool.
He never washed his hands. He's typing all over his computer keyboard. His computer keyboard is probably advancing in technology right now because of all the different cultures on it.
I'll see you guys later.
Diamal. How much does this membership cost you? Good investment. Only 99 cents. It's the best deal online. It is the best deal online.
Bye for now.
But in the quiet hours when the world's far, I knew the bridge was going to be amazing when it starts with but in the quiet hours when the world's far away. You're my pressure queen. Fuck. Oh. Oh my gosh. Oh, okay, guys.
Listen here, Mr. Late, and Geehee don't cock tease us this amazing song, then tells us to wait.
I think Suno takes a little bit more than just like throwing lyrics in, and I haven't messed with it yet, so I'll have to do that. Tay Marie, welcome to Paralegal. Welcome to Paralegal. Cherokee Girl, yeah, he just stopped. This is multiple videos lately, multiple of his cooking videos that are recent. They don't show he doesn't show the outcome. I don't know why. Oh God. No, it really is just throwing lyrics in. You just tell it to generate. I don't want it to be. I want to spend time with you guys making this song right. I want to spend time, and I have to go to bed. I have to get up. I will not be streaming tomorrow night. Lady Rackets and I are off to the annual art event we go to around this time of year every year. TB says, for the song, I haven't looked forward to something all month. We will We will make this song on the next show, which is going to be either Sunday or Monday. All right. I'm sorry. I still have to pack. I still have because I have to I have to be ready to go when I wake up. We are going to, on the next show, which will either be Sunday or Monday, unless something weird happens, but we're going to complete this song. Seize the day we don't see finished food. No, he fucking cockblocked us on the food. You know what it looked like. It looked like devastating trash. Can you ask Grok to make a version asking for more pity? We're gonna we'll spend some time. We can tweak it. We can mess with things. Okay. We can mess with things. All right, guys. It has been an absolute fucking blast to hang with y'all, as it always is. Every time we do this, I am blown away by what ends up happening. I'm never ready. I'm never ready for it. All right, guys. I'll see you soon. I'll try and make posts on Locals and Twitter, over the weekend. But like I said, this is an event that Lady Raggets and I go to every year. Yeah, with some very good friends, and it's a lot of people come into town, people that we know come into town, and this is like the one time a year that we get to see them. So I try to be pretty present for it. It's a lot of fun. Hit the like button on your way out, or else you don't have a pressure queen. I can't fucking believe it. All right, guys. We will I'll talk to you soon. We're gonna have fun. We're a lot of fun. I'm a fun guy. I'm a ton of fun. We're gonna have fun on the next show. Nicola, I think I read this one. I'll read it again. TB says, for the song, thank you. I haven't looked forward to something all month. Well, now you have something to look forward to. Let's enjoy that. I think that. Oh, I missed Cheryl, Arizona joining as paralegal. Oh, and Charitard says, you're my washer baby. You're my speed queen. But he doesn't wash. So that's not true. All right, guys. All right, I got it. Sorry, Charitard, for missing that a little earlier. That is a great... Your profile picture is fucking amazing. All right, I think we got everything now. I'll see you guys soon. Have a good night. Peace. Peace. I wasn't ready.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes madder, raging at idiots from Twitter and Erlang. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lafroig, the spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than guests are all plentiful, from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. So pour out an odd bag, bow more at the front. Spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea, post on Twitter as we hear Lost Planning tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no